do with science. I break it all down.
Absolutely. Trying to put us on live on a sneak tip.
Hey.
I'm the first one in the chat.
Hey, CK.
Mm-hmm.
Who else you get a link to, CK?
Everybody.
Told you other people wanted to present some people for Black History Month, remember?
Break it all down.
Everybody got the link.
Hey, we not. Hey, CK, listen, and we live too.
Put in the Discord,
CK.
Trying to put us on.
I mean, people ain't gonna present all at once.
Okay, hold on. We live.
First one in the chat.
Hey, CK. You just do any fucking thing.
Well,
She told you she was doing it,
echo.
Everybody bullshit, yo. Yeah, yo, come on, CK. This ain't the round robin. Fucking.
Yo, why is your joint so much of an echo? What you got going on?
I know, that was it. We got Anthony presenting, and you presenting, I'm presenting. All that, everybody present smokers bullshit wasn't going down. You just made that up out of nowhere, yo.
What do you mean? Like I said that like a whole month ago. I said, hey,
you definitely
boring ass everybody. We
wanted to present, they could.
When? Not now. You made that shit up. You start calling them.
What do you
see? Matter of fact, I know what Anthony presented doing, right? Some leadway, because you're a pseudo.
I brought it up back in January. I'm talking about in January.
Crazy shit on here, we start fighting over that. Because I ain't trying to hear none of that crazy shit over here, yo. I'm telling you now, yo. So if somebody get on this bitch with some half-cooked shit, they're going to get blasted, and we're going to fuck it all up. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Niggas ain't going for none of that. Yeah, niggas don't go for none of that. That's real.
That's fair. Like I'm telling you, like I mentioned this like a whole month ago. Exactly. Like back in January, I said, yo, like I said, hey, we're gonna have a day where we present some Black people on the pseudo killers. I said, if anybody else wanted to present someone, just let me know.
Who's the we?
Whoever got the damn link.
You don't come in the Discord, relax.
Oh, all right.
There are other people that want. I'm telling you, they're going to present a Black person.
Your blood pressure.
Then they got to put up $5, nigga, to the pseudo killer discourse. They want to present $5, nigga, because you got to pay for something anyway, don't you? Yep. $5. $5. Anybody want to present? You got $5, you can present. $5. Go ahead, chef. Fucking with him. Pitching the tizzy. Since Chef pitched the tizzy yesterday, I'm pitching the tizzy today.
Shameful.
What's happening, brother Chef? How you doing?
What's going on, yo?
Yo, where the fuck?
So much shame.
Hold on, let me get Wisham Common here, man, before he start crying and shit. Where Adrian at? I don't even
But yeah, Adrian said he had someone to present. So did Anu.
Nah, you made that up. Who?
Anusha said she got one too.
He said
a couple of different people, but of course they probably didn't think we were gonna do it.
Okay, CK, this is gonna be your thing. You running that. Let me go first. Anthony, not Anthony. Where you at? Where Wisham Common at? I done cussed him out.
No, I'm gonna present Thurgood Marshall.
All right. Bet.
Is he a scientist?
These fucking practice law, nigga. Shit. That shit changed the world. And nigga changed the whole, and it was serious. Ain't enough study. Hey, CK, get Wisham Common back in there, please.
Who?
Wisham Common. His face. He was just on here. I ain't click him in.
Oh, Adrian?
Yeah, Adrian. Get Adrian ass back.
Right.
Yeah, Thurgood Marshall desegregated the school system.
I know, but he was here and I was talking shit. Pitching the tizzy. That shit funny as shit. The Baltimore. Pitching the tizzy out here, nigga. Hilarious.
They said it's called the hissy. No,
hissy fit.
We call it a hissy fit here. They said it's called pissing the tizzy.
Yeah, tizzy. Yeah.
Well, we call it a hissy fit.
Shameful. So much shame.
A motherfucker
Shame. It's all good, man. All right, I'm gonna start off. This I like to start off with.
I mean, I'm gonna tell people what we're doing, you know.
We live?
Yeah, we've been
Yeah,
live.
been live. You know,
we
like
just
how like the
talking,
was.
yo. I could have said anything.
Man,
There, people just filing in.
Been live about 5-10 minutes now.
any damn thing.
I'll be sneaking it on y'all.
I told y'all we was live.
No, he be letting us know. He don't be doing this like that.
You never said that, sir.
Yeah, he did. He did. That was the first thing he said to me. He was like, CK, we finna fight right now. We finna go blow for blows. We're live.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, we gotta start the show off right. What's wrong with y'all? It wouldn't be the pseudo killer, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, anyways, while you're doing whatever you're doing there, I guess I'll start off with this then.
No, you will not. No,
what do you mean I will not? Like, are you gonna tell people what the hell we doing?
No, I'm just saying I'm going first, CK, then you can do it. I won't get it. I want y'all to be comfortably doing what y'all doing, and we're gonna have fun. And if you fucking boring, Chef gonna kick you off. You know what he do? He kicks niggas off.
Chef Friend, all I gotta say is Chef Friend, you better have somebody to present a black barber or somebody, goddamn.
No, he said who he gonna do. He said,
I'm in the Black City. I got mad people I could do shit on.
I've never heard you do one on someone yet. And I've sent you 2 books on black people in Baltimore. 2.
What?
You're right.
I haven't heard you do a presentation yet because you were supposed to do one 2 years ago. I didn't forget. And I badgered you for like half a year. Like, yo, when you gonna do something, yo? I don't send you 2 books on black people in Baltimore. Like, it could be just something small.
CK, you didn't already delete somebody thing out of there, yo? Already?
What you mean?
You delete somebody CK.
For good reason.
BK. Did that man say he gonna say, yo?
Man, y'all better be careful around me. Like, I'll shoot you down.
Don't be deleting Chuck out of there, yo.
I ain't deleting him. I timed him out for a little bit. He can chill out. He'll be all right.
What'd he say?
He ain't say that. He funny as a motherfucker. Yeah, nigga crazy. Don't let. Oh, fear. He say fear is where they have pie eating. Yeah, that's funny.
Fair.
Don't be beat nobody. As long as he don't cuss at you and just. As long as he don't do that. Hey, Adrian. What's going on, Adrian?
What's going on? What's up, everybody?
What happened, yo? You ran?
What'd you say?
You ran?
I'm just getting so anxious. That's all, because my interview coming up in like an hour or 2. So
you gotta go next. You gotta go after. Hold on. You got an hour.
Yeah, you could just go after my aunt.
Yeah, you got the sirs. Don't mess it up. Whatever you're doing.
I'm not. I'm getting myself all ready.
We see who fall asleep. Let's see who make people fall asleep. Let's see.
Oh, between the 2?
We're gonna work on our We're just working our presentations, yo. Where I'm at. All right, so I
had to come out with a presentation.
Nah, you ain't do all that. I don't know what you thought you doing. You do what you do, bro. Yeah, do how you want to do it. Just don't be sloppy. I know I need to get this word right here, yo. I know somebody gonna stomp one holes in me if I don't get this word right here. Wait, hold on. Tau. Y'all familiar with tau beta pi? Tau. T-A-U. Am I saying that right? Tau beta pi. Tau. I'm saying it right. All right. So.
What's that, a fraternity?
Yeah, yeah, scholastic honor. Okay, so listen. All right, let's see how many people we got in the chat, man. Towel. I just need to get that word right because yeah. How many people we got in the chat for the day? 23,000 this motherfucker. Yo, we got at least wait till. Dang.
Yeah, it's fine. That's why I said we could just be talking about, what's on the agenda for today, so people kind of can have an idea.
No, let's just cut somebody out. That'll get him in here.
This guy
man, chef
can never behave ever.
800XX. Wow. Where the hell is Chief at? Nah, let me stop, yo. That's the people piling Chief X. All right, so yeah, I'm tripping. So yeah, man, I am doing mine on Dr. Oyamaya for Black History Month, man. Man, shout out to everybody in the chat room, man. Pseudo Killas on deck, man. That's our little thing we doing for Black History Month, man. For me, Black History Month does not hold a special place. For me, some people it might, and I don't mind. For me, every day is Black History. So I've been talking about Black people since the day I came, and I've been getting Black people wrong. I've been messing it up. I did all the above. So, it's every day, and my house is every day, right? My kids is every day. And it's about scientific literacy these days for me, and the Black people that participate in scientific literacy. So along the way, I've been motivated by certain people. Dr. Oyamaya, when I first met her, she was highly motivating. I seen her beat the brakes off of a dude down here in Atlanta, and they was talking about the Hebrew Israelites. And she beat the brakes off of him. But it was the precision and the accuracy that she had. And when I got to meet her, I realized that she was an engineer, electrical engineer, and doctorate in said subject. And, it was important to me because at that time, the squad had been out for a while and we were doing our thing. But what we didn't have was we didn't have what I would consider to be the level. Most people in the conscious community talk that doctor shit. They just doing that, talking that doctor shit. So on one hand, people talk shit about doctors and the white academia and y'all and that, but then they always want to be a damn doctor. So to really be able to correspond with a real doctor and really have conversations and understand what the level was on a one-on-one basis, it did a lot for me, right? And it shaped and formed the squad and put us in position. Because now we got the motherfucking juice. See, that's what the juice is. That's what a doctor, a real legitimate doctor will do for you, is the juice. And so I appreciate her. So for me, Black History Month, I would like to celebrate somebody that's fucking living. Somebody that's right now on the forefront in Baltimore, Maryland, educating the youth. That's what I'm about these days. I love Africa, but I'd be damned if I don't love America. And I don't give a damn about what nobody say. I'm an African American, and it's my job to fix the streets with real information so that the babies can make a fair choice, so they can make an educated choice. Should I sell dope? Should I gang bang? These are the repercussions. Maybe if I go into the STEM field that don't got enough Black people, my opportunities are greater. Should I play basketball, football, right? Or should I go into the fields of science and scientific literacy? Right? Should I go in these fields? Yes, your opportunities are far greater in the fields of science than playing basketball, football, hockey, lacrosse. No, lacrosse ain't bad, though. You get my point, though. My point is that we've been pushing our kids in directions, right? Whether it be gangbanging, selling drugs, sports, right? There's an influx of people. It's oversaturated with hustling. Everybody trying to hustle and everybody got it from the gutter. That's a bunch of crap. We got to stop teaching this. And so I just would like to present some information on the sister that is a valuable commodity right now. Not last year, not 30 years ago, but right now, pushing them babies, giving them an opportunity. What I learned is the reason I'm here today and the reason I made it, right? Or the reason I'm able to speak, the reason I'm not dead, is because I had something to go back to. I had great conversations with my aunts and my uncles. educated people. My mother and my father, educated conversations. Boy, don't just say that shit. Look that up. What you got? Okay, boom. Make sure your grades are straight. All that. So when I was in crazy, right, in harm's way, when I put myself in harm's way, I could always walk in a situation and say, I ain't like these. I ain't like that. I can do better than that. Right? So these kids, right, they're going to go astray at times, right? But they need to be able to walk into situations and have a voice in the back of their mind and say, man, doctor, I was 12 and I remember Dr. Oyamaya came and she told me something and I was like, man, that inspired me. But this that I'm doing right here, that's not it. And I want them to be able to see that ain't what I'm supposed to be doing. Because see, whether you go off the track or not, you need to have some damn tracks to get back on. So let me get right to the great Dr. Oyamaya real quick. Present this. All right. So right here we got, let me get right to it. Oh man, Dr. Mayat is a native of Baltimore, Maryland. She's a U.S. Army veteran who served a total of 8 years. So she put that time in for this country, okay? While serving in the military, she received an undergraduate degree in electrical engineering from Morgan State University. She continued her education at Morgan, eventually receiving a doctorate of engineering degree. Okay, Dr. Mayat has received a number of honors. Let me say it. How I say that word again? Did I say tail? Is that right? Tail beta pi. Is it toe, top, tail, beta pi? That's Engineering Honor Society, Lockheed Martin Scholarship recipient. Okay, hold on. Society of American Military Engineering Scholarship recipient. Okay, a distinguished honor graduate of the U.S. Army Financial School. Man, she top notch. Dr. Mayat is currently a professor at Morgan State University School of Engineering in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, where she teaches the 3 core classes. She utilizes, this is important now, right? Because she don't got to do this. She utilizes an African-centered pedagogy to instruct and engage her students. See, we always talk about how our kids can't relate to the teacher. Well, she's doing it in real time. She's giving an African-centered approach. She don't have to do that, but she's doing that and she's leading the way in that. She is also a committee member, right, and instructor for the FACS, FACS. Females are cyber stars. So see what she's doing, yo? She's uplifting the young women, taking time, putting in some work for the young women. You know how they say, yo, we only gonna rise as high as our women. Well, Dr. Mayat is making a case for that to make sure we rise high, because she's right there. Summer camp at Morgan State University, which has created to increase African-American females' interest and participation in STEM. So what she has done is she has recognized a problem. See, if you recognize a problem, don't tell me to fix it. If you're the one that has recognized the problem, yo, then you're the one in charge with fixing that problem. Man, all too often, yo, we recognize the problem, we push it off on other people. But Dr. Mayat has recognized the problem in STEM, yo, and she's damn dedicated to make sure that the female babies get in that position. Because guess what, man? Dr. Oyamaya will tell you, man, I think when she got her doctoral degree, it was maybe only 20 in Baltimore, Maryland at the time. Maybe the United States, right? This is essential, right, for us moving forward. Dr. Mayat is a strong advocate of African-centered education, well, she's proven that, and is deeply committed to make learning enjoyable for the children. Yeah, we know that. She is the co-founder and president of Animate Productions, a family-owned and operated Baltimore-based company that creates educational programs, right, that foster self-love, self-identity, and, hold on, let me get them in here, strengthen self-identity, and heighten self-esteem. She is executive producer of Meltrex, a multimedia program that teaches children about the history, culture, and achievements of continental and diaspora Africans. Meltrex is being utilized in 30 states and 10 countries. I'm gonna say it again. Meltrex is being utilized in 30 states and 10 countries. I never understand why they badmouth this Black woman here. While everybody was talking the talk, she was walking the walk. I remember times when people told me, well, you know, we can't sell that that animated lesson here. Irritated Genie, because you know you got a white person in there. Like I never understood that. Like that's when I realized I was in the wrong game around the wrong people. Because none of them is in 30 states and 10 countries. Helping promote Black people's identity to everybody. Yeah, she's out the box thinking. She is also a creator of the Conscious Ingenuity, okay, a program that uses STEM to build character, confidence, and capabilities. Man, that's deep. The program is currently being deployed in several Baltimore City schools. I'm gonna say this again. Conscious integrity. Watch this. This is what she's doing now in real time. A program that uses STEM to build character, confidence, and capabilities. The program is currently being deployed in several Baltimore schools. She's in Baltimore, Maryland, pushing scientific literacy to the daggone babies, giving them something to look back to if they find themselves in trouble. Dr. Mayat is also a founder and host of Truth, the Power, Talk with Dr. Mayat, a platform that is committed, right, to elevating the voices of African researchers, scientists, doctors, humanitarians, and entrepreneurs. She has interviewed people such as Dr. Wade Noble, Dr. Malefi Asante, Dr. Williams Darty, Dr. Julius Garvey, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Professor James Smalls, Dr. Kilimanjaro, Dr. Julian Malete, I probably said that wrong, Malvex, Dr. Kaba, Cam, and Anthony Broader. I want to show y'all some pictures real fast, all right? Real quick. I'm in my presentation, man. It's real fast. Conscious ingenuity, man. All right. Educating the babies. And STEM. And the science lab. Like, this is important right here. These little steps right here, okay, cause growth and development that marginalized communities don't get. How important is this? How serious is this? Like, other communities been doing it. And you wonder why. Other communities, right, are farther along. You're not hearing other communities saying, we got it from the bottom. No, they have pushed forward. They're looking to the future. And we've always said that STEM is a way of doing that. So I just want to present those pictures right there, right? Just to kind of let Dr. Mayat know that I appreciate your work that you're doing in STEM. That's always been my dream, to see that the babies in the inner cities actually get that. And I especially like to shout out Dr. Oyamaya for allowing me every semester to come in and talk to her class. That's an honor for me. It caused me to up my game, my professionalism, and it has motivated the babies. When I say babies, I'm talking about the young men and the young women. to have conversations with them. I think it's important. You know, the conscious community has always been a stepping stool that maybe somebody would notice me and give me that opportunity that Dr. Mayat has. That I appreciate. So that's my person in real time is doing it in real time for STEM and Black History Month. Shout out to Dr. Oyamaya and all the work she does. Any questions about that, her work she do, anybody? Got any questions?
What was her rank in the military, you know?
General.
Yeah, what?
You can't tell? General, man. She ran that thing. Now, I don't know what rank she made it in. I have no idea. You probably check in the chat. I think she was in the chat. Dr. Mayat, if you're in the chat, what was it?
General. You ever heard of Colin Powell? Be like that.
Oh, man. A specialist. She said she was a specialist.
Ooh, okay.
Sure. Mathematician. She loved math. Right? Like, yeah, man, I can go on forever, man, but that's my person for Black History Month, man. Who going next? Who up next?
Let me go next.
All right, go ahead. Yo, what is that you got in your head, though, yo?
It's called a keffiyeh. A lot of people my age are wearing it.
Why?
A lot of people my age is wearing the keffiyeh.
Why y'all wearing it? What's the?
Oh, it's just the trend. We can't really come up with something else, that's kind of new. So it's like we just putting this on our head and stuff. So.
Okay, so what's the significance behind it before you get started?
Why
I'm on with it.
People my age are wearing it. I would go into the politics, but it'd be a little too deep,
There gotta be a reason why you wearing it though.
I mean,
other than the style. Why would people your age start wearing the keffiyeh?
Because I guess it's a Chicago thing. Because a lot of the people who I go to school with right now, they in Chicago, and I see them wearing it. So I'm wearing mine to look differently, but it's just a style,
A lot of them dudes in Chicago Muslim though. Would it come from that?
I honestly would just have to ask them. I'm pretty sure it may be,
Okay.
It's just
I'm just my bad. Go ahead, continue.
It's okay. I want to give my little Black History presentation on my OG. His name is Dr. Reynaldo Anderson, out of Temple University, with where Malefe Asante and stuff is at. He is honestly one of my favorite people, and I kind of choke up, but I always talk about like how brilliant he was, because I can remember when I first went to university. I heard so much about him, and I wanted to be taught by him, and he taught me everything concerning like history. He taught me how to look at history. Taught me about the Black Panther Party. He gave me the books that they read, and I read every one. He gave me The Wretched of the Earth. I read that book to now it's like my Bible. And he's honestly one of the greatest people in my life, because there's one important thing that he taught me. And all the 3 years I had him as my professor, he taught me how to be a servant of the people. He taught me how to interact with the people. And he is also, if you want to grab one of his works, he is also the creator of Afrofuturism 2.0. And Afrofuturism 2.0 is a concept where we have all of these writers and from all over the world attempt to put Black people within the sci-fi genre, because as you all know, the sci-fi genre is really a genre where we tend to not exist at. There's a certain joke that comes around when it comes to the sci-fi world, that Black people, that we're not supposed to exist in the future, and he's at Temple University, and you could buy his book. It's called Afrofuturism 2.0. It's on Amazon, and that's what I want to give my shout out to, my OG. I'm finished.
What'd you say?
My person, but is that what you're asking?
Nah, I was saying it like you got a Kango on, yo. Yo, how you make it look like a Kango, yo? A Kango with a sash hanging down the side, yo. God, boy, you got boy. These young brothers here, boy. Man.
Look like Yasser Arafat.
Yo, it look like you got a camel hooked up in your backyard, yo. Everybody got a dog in their yard. You got a camel, yo. You tripping, yo. Everybody gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you, wow, with that one, yo. God dang. Yo, and it brought the oppressor. The oppressor here got. No, I'm playing, yo.
Let the young bull do what he do.
I mean,
he wearing that Gaddafi look though.
Yo, it's like a Kango though, yo. I don't know how
called
you
it the Gaddafi.
It always takes you the extra step.
That's the Gaddafi. You know what I'm saying?
The Gaddafi Yasser Arafat. Oh.
Yeah.
I ain't even seen Anwar Sadat wear that mall. Yo, you tripping. Nah, I'm done, yo. I'm finished. Anything else, bro? You good?
Everybody, I just want y'all to go to Amazon.com and type in Afrofuturism 2.0 and, help support my mentor because, in terms of sci-fi, we tend to not exist, but he's attempting with writers all over the world to put us in our proper place in sci-fi. And I think that's very significant.
All right, brother. Yo, anything else? You got anything going on for the rest of the day you want the family to know?
Oh, I'm going to interview Dr. Dana Reynolds Marniche. She is the foremost Black woman anthropologist who primarily focuses on North Africa and Arabia. And my other OG, Robin Walker, will be joining me. He's going to help me with the second half of the interview.
Okay.
So when it's over with, I'm going to post it on the Pseudo Killas Facebook, and it can be put on here because Dana and my mentor Robin, they the truth.
Yeah, we'll put on here. Make sure you ask some good questions about the North Africans, y'all. I think it's gonna be real essential to the conversation. And yeah, do that. Do that for us, man. Get some good questions in there for the sister, man. And we appreciate you stopping through, man.
I'll see y'all in a couple more hours.
All right, bro. Good luck.
Salami and bacon.
Well, salami, you messed me up.
Salami and bacon.
Just say assalamu alaikum.
Oh man. Still Killer Fix. What's going on, Cedric? Cedric, go ahead.
Salami and bacon. Oh,
yo, we gotta have fun. Yo. We can't just sit back.
First of all, happy belated birthday, brother Unc. Let's get that out of the way. And
yeah, Unc,
in terms of giving somebody, no, hey, we don't get older. Listen, we the seniors around here, but we're not getting older. Unc first, I'm second. I'm 48. I'll be 49 this year. How old you became, Unc? 47, right?
Who? Yeah, 47.
Yeah, 47, right? See, Unc's even younger than I am.
Lie.
I've said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. In terms of my consciousness and awareness of understanding the Africans' place in the Western Hemisphere. Of course, we all start that journey and we end up on Sarnetta. But being scientifically literate and being an atheist, I had a problem with all the God talk. until I met the God Killer. And there's where I found my home. I was able to have my scientific literacy not be questioned and still understand our place in this whole equation. And as for the latest conversation, I don't know why we're still having it. It's been made clear by Ankh about a year ago. So I give my props to the God Killer himself. That's what I'm talking about. And if I'm then considered what was I called? Ankh yes man by the Dogon Kings, so be it.
Cedric, how many books have you read on ancient Egypt?
Me, not my subject. Ask me how many biochemistry books I've read. That's my fault. I never make any claim. I never
you
make
said the
any
subject
claim.
is made clear. How many books have you read on ancient Egypt? For you to know that it's made clear.
I said,
how many
and I'll go
books on ancient
deep.
Egypt you own?
Wait. How many biochemistry books have you read?
I don't even talk. I don't know what. I don't even read biochemistry books.
Again, so you have enough discernment to hear bullshit and know what's bullshit, right? Your level of intellect allow you to discern the information you're receiving, right?
No, if I make a determination about,
you have to read one book.
I would at least read a book on it. I would at least read a book on it.
Oh, wait.
Before I make a determination on it.
Wait. I simply said, based on the information provided in all the debates back and forth, I don't know why we still having it, because it was made clear to me a year ago.
No, if you ain't read nothing on it, you just heard. You disagree
Is that
with
what I said?
Is
that what I wait a minute. Is that the statement I made?
I don't know.
I simply agree with the information that I got. Now you're gonna ask me how much books I read on the subject as if I presented any information? No, I didn't. So to ask me how many books I read, that's a straw man.
I agree.
Okay. I simply agree with all the information that I've received, even up to the last 2 nights that we just put somebody on a spit fire and roasted them, and we use a little bit of chef brown, a little bit of curry to season it up to, and we put all of that on the spit fork and spin it around. I'm saying the information I received from all parties, I don't know why we're still having this conversation, because the God Killer made it clear a year ago. And why I can trust the information based on the sources that were put up, based on the understanding of archaeology, based on my understanding of biochemistry, of DNA, which double X and you guys are clueless about, and I won't even entertain the discussion. If we start going into that discussion, I'll just disappear again, because I'm not, with my qualifications, gonna have that level of discussion about DNA. It's plain stupid.
You're right, Chef Friend. You're right, Chef Friend. And you're right as well, Cedric. And it is way the flipping off topic of what today is about. Yeah, if y'all want to have a whole separate live stream about that craziness, I have no problem with it. So, Cedric,
let's bring it back.
I would love to hear, who would you like to talk about that is a prevalent force in the Black community?
I was giving my props to the God Killer. And the reasons why, for me, he's my hero for Black History Month. And one of the reasons was because of the information that he brought to the table and making me finding my place. It's about me finding my place. I don't have a bunch of heroes. I just take information for what it is. My heroes are the people I can relate to. Like, my hero, Ank's my hero. I can say that. I can say that for a myriad of reasons. Number one, every time I listen to him, I realize, you ain't crazy. Simple as. It doesn't have to be complicated. It doesn't have to go into the whole. I just appreciate what the God Killer did for me. For me
Thank you, bro.
personally, there would be no other reason I would not exist on these panels if it wasn't for Ankh. I hit that panel button because of Ankh and because of I can find and see myself in the discussion. Because I won't do it on Saturday. I won't do it on Saturday. I just won't.
Thank you,
I
bro.
do it. I'm a part of the Pseuso because of what Ankh brought to the discussion for me. I found a place where my scientific literacy is appreciated. And I thank you for that. Talk about give a man his flowers while he's alive, and I'm gonna do it every time. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Hey, I appreciate that, brother, and I appreciate you being in STEM too. Right? Most people don't know that. Right? Actually,
yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
Chemist. And that's some real shit right there. So we got a legitimate chemist on the joint. So that's big up. That's a feather in our goddamn cap having you, bro. So it ain't me. I can't keep it unless I give it away, yo. And I draw from the energy of the people around me, bro. That's always been my deal, man. So look, next up we got Anthony. You ready there, Mr. Anthony?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Anthony. How you doing, brother? How you feeling today, man?
Oh man, I'm feeling 100. How everybody else doing?
Oh man, we good, man. How about the space age Africans, man? Astronomy club, man. How about that, man?
Yeah, that's what's up. We wanna get everybody involved too. You know, but we just kicking it off, but there'll be more to come. So stay tuned on that.
Yeah, all you need is a daggone telescope. They're the club.
I don't know. Did I tell you I got my camera in too? So
okay,
it's time to start cooking on that on that
catalog, right?
Yep. But I want to first off say thanks to everybody for tuning in, and I want to introduce the community to an astrophysicist. Her name is Jediah Isler, and I mean she on it. She tough. She got a bachelor's from Norfolk State University in physics, and she was one of the first. Well, she was the first African American female to get a doctorate from Yale, and her work is done on what we would call blazars. A blazar is a hyperactive black hole that is emitting a jet. And they call it a blazar because the jet is pointed directly towards Earth. So that's what she works in. That's her field. I got a few articles on her and some videos that I'll put into the Pseudo Killers chat. I mean, the Discord. But I want to just read a little bit about her to you guys. Dr. Jediah Isler is an assistant professor of astrophysics at Dartmouth College, where she studies hyperactive supermassive black holes. Her scientific research explores the physics of blazars, supermassive black holes at the center of galaxies that create particle jets moving at nearly the speed of light. She's a proud alumna of Norfolk State University's Dorit's National Institute for Mathematics and Applied Sciences and the Fisk Vanderbilt Bridge Program. In 2014, she became the first African-American woman to receive her PhD in astrophysics from Yale University. Her innovative and award-winning research has been supported by fellowships from the NSF, that's I believe the National Science Foundation, NASA, and the Ford Foundation, and she has appeared on numerous radio and television programs, including NPR's All Things Considered and TED Radio Hour. The Science Channel's How the Universe Works and the 2016 National Geographic feature miniseries Mars. She has also been featured on D. Ray McKeeson's podcast, Pod Save the People, a 2015 TED Fellow, and a 2017 Senior TED Fellow. More than 2.5 million viewers have watched her TED Talks. Dr. Isler is an outspoken advocate of inclusion and empowerment in STEM fields and is the creator of a host of Vanguard Conversations with Women of Color in STEM. Her nonprofit organization, the STEM En Route to Change Foundation Incorporated, is dedicated to using STEM as a pathway for social justice and has developed a variety of initiatives, including the Vanguard STEM online platform and web series. So that's a little bit about her. I mean, she's a big advocate for STEM, and that her organization, that Vanguard for STEM, that's, you know, it's what she's promoting is getting African American women mainly into STEM, different STEM programs. And she's she's big into the STEM field and teaching it, and you know, just that's her contribution to, you know, to the science of astronomy, astrophysics. You know, it's just trying to push young Black women in that direction, you know, STEM period. So I want to give her props. Well, and you know, she's still alive, still working. Matter of fact, if you can go to the they have a website for the Vanguard for STEM, and you know, you can get into it and see what all she has to offer. And I do know right now she's putting a team together to study the blazar, and she's taking, you know, people right now. So anybody with a PhD interested in astrophysics, there's an opportunity. Yeah, that's all I got. But I got a few articles and a few videos. Y'all can check them out in the Pseudo Killas Discord. Yeah, that's all I got right now.
I couldn't hear you. What you say? You done?
Yeah, that's what I got right now.
Yeah, I like that though, bro. Yeah, that sister. You sent me a couple links on the sister, man. That's a powerful sister right there, bro.
Oh yeah, she doing it, man. I mean, that's you know, it's one of those I don't know if too many people know of her. I mean, we all know Neil deGrasse Tyson, you know, most of those guys, but she putting in the work, man. I also have a thesis that she wrote in college. I have that as well. But yeah, she doing good things, man. In my opinion, she doing good things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she doing what she's supposed to do, man, and strong. Man, I appreciate that work right there, man. Y'all tap in. Make sure y'all put this in y'all folder, man. All right, what's up, Queen Cheetah? The hell's going on? Queen Cheetah. Hey, Julanda, I know you hear me. Well, everybody gone. They can't hear me.
I hear you.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm multitasking.
Why is everybody multitasking?
Well, I'm looking up the stuff that people are talking about, and I'm dropping it in the server.
Oh, Cheetah, what's going on with Queen Cheetah? What's up? How you doing?
Wait. I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
hey, what's up? Never heard your voice
love,
before.
Everybody. Oh, yes, you have. Yes, you have several times. Trust me. You just don't remember.
Hell no.
Just say you don't remember, because yes, you have. I've been on Garfield channel several times.
Yeah, I ain't know that was you though. I ain't know that was you though.
Yeah. So CK kind of threw us under the bus, so I'm not all prepared. But since we're doing Black History Month, and next month it's gonna be March, and it's Women's History Month. So I think we should just, keep the flow going. So I have Dr. Beth Brown, who is a American astrophysicist. She was the first Black woman to receive a PhD in astronomy from the University of Michigan. She died in 2008. I'm not going to read everything. I'll put the link in the chat. Hold on. Sorry. She attended Howard University as well. And she also, did I tell you she has her PhD in astronomy? I believe I said that. So that's my person. And I had a couple other people I'll put in the chat for y'all. And Sheffrin, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be very respectful. My problem with you is that I feel like you corny and you fake. I don't like what I've seen, and I've said what I said yesterday. You seen what I said. You wasn't playing yesterday, so while you was trying to play victim, talking about, oh, you just came in there joking and shit. I mean, excuse me, you came in there joking and whatnot, but you wasn't. And we didn't know that you wasn't joking until you quote unquote claimed you were. But that's not neither here or there. I'm saying this to say, you in the chat talking about, is there any haters? Ain't nobody hating on you. Today is not the day to be carrying on with that today. We just trying to be positive and present for Black History Month. So if you could just, keep it cool for today, because I'm keeping it cool for today too. And I'm done.
Now that you got that off your chest.
Yes, thank you.
It's never a dull moment on the Pseudo Killas, right in the middle of Black Harmony, Peace, and Love Month. She shoots at Sheffrin Hell. Man. All right, got it off your chest. Okay, CK. Hey, Chef, where you at?
Can I respond?
Yes, you can, sir.
No, he can't. Leave it up. No.
Hold on.
Pseudo Killer channel.
You can't respond. No. You the source, but you can't respond. Leave it alone.
No, I just want to respond to her saying that I wasn't playing. I don't care how she feel. Like, we all got feelings. But I know I was joking, and that's why I directed my comments to CK. I was constantly directing my comments to CK because I was trying to annoy CK. I actually thought Emma Cat had timed me out because I had timed her out on the Pseudo Killers. I don't know you. I wouldn't even think you would time me out. I didn't even think, I never seen you in the chat. So for me to have anything against you it is completely crazy. Like you said, you felt like I was corny. So that's why you did that. They are all your feelings. I have nothing to do with that. And we can continue the show.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Chef play. He be playing a lot though, Queen T. He'll get you. He'll get you out there though. Good attitude. Yeah. Gotta watch him though. Gotta watch.
I said it before.
So since you're speaking now, good brother Sheffrin, do you have somebody that you would like to present for Black History Month, sir?
I got several people I would like to present. You know what I mean?
You want to go next, or you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I can knock 3 of them out the park right now. So let's go.
All right.
Because I'm the one. I'm from
if you didn't have somebody, we was gonna fight.
Well, you know.
You're gonna have to take these blows. You was gonna have to get these hands.
Hold on. I can start real early and come all the way to the present because I live in a Black city, right? So I can start with one of the first African Americans in so-called STEM, right? That's right here from Baltimore, Benjamin Banneker. And I think he was born in the 1730. Hold on, let me Google this. Oh, I'm gonna share my screen so I can do it right here. I think he was born in 1730. All right, and we all know, what he did was surveying Washington D.C., the new capital of the newly formed United States of America. He was on the project to actually survey the land between Maryland and Virginia that was going to be used as a district of the a newly formed district to be the capital of the United States. He was also an inventor, right? And he's credited loosely, I'm gonna say this again, loosely credited with creating the first American-made clock, right? I think before him in the 1700s, most of the clocks and things of that manner was manufactured in Europe and imported to continental United States, to continental North America. I think he's credited with, loosely being credited with creating the first American-made clock. I think it was some of the clocks that was invented here. I mean, that was actually produced here before him. They were just assembled here, meaning the parts, came from the previous colonies back in Europe. You know what I mean? And then they would be assembled here. He's credited with making all of the parts, the cogs, the wheels, getting the timing together, everything, and creating the first American-made clock, loosely. He's believed to be, what else about Benjamin Banneker? I know off the top of the head. Let me just share my screen. I think he was homeschooled. I mean, he was self-educated. So what do we call that now?
Huh?
What do we call that now when somebody is self-educated?
Autodidact. Autodidact.
Yeah.
Autodidactic. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. He's a multi-genius and a mathematician, a fucking mathematician that was a autodidact. You dig what I'm saying? So that's amazing in itself. I think he only went up to like the second grade, right? So all of his mastery education was done on his own. That's Benjamin Banneker. That's one of the first ones. And that was here in Baltimore and the surrounding Baltimore counties. Then we have I think Dr. Mayada liked this one. We have what's his name? James West. James West is an inventor. All right. And I think he's still alive. He's 90 years old and he still works and heads a department at Johns Hopkins. He's an African American. He invented some of the best microphones that's on the market to this day. I think it's called stenography or something like that. But he's still working today at 90 years old, and he's heading a research team for Johns Hopkins at 90 years old. That's even amazing in itself to be 90 years old and still hitting research teams. Because you got to think, when he went to school, all of this computer stuff wasn't even around. So the fact that he's 90 years old and still leading in the field at Johns Hopkins is amazing. So who else do we got? Well, somebody else can go because I can keep going. Is that cool, y'all? Or
yeah, I like that.
Yeah, keep going, Chef.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm pulling the links up. I'll be dropping them in a sec.
Oh, you got the links? I was trying to share my screen. I'm trying to pull up an article on them.
You can share your screen, right?
I think so. Let me see.
All right, hold on, let me get out of there.
All right. I'm trying to pull up an article on him. He's a doctor also. I put his name in wrong in my Google. James, Dr. James E. West. All right. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm gonna share my screen if I can. That was it. If any porn or anything pop up on my screen, I apologize. It's Sunday. All right. All right, there you go right there. Let me see. Let's do his. All right. James West is a professor of electrical and computer engineering and mechanical engineering. He is known worldwide as the co-inventor of the foil electric microphone. This is a type of condenser microphone upon which 90% of all microphones used today are based. That's fucking amazing. Such as telephones, sound and music recording equipment, and hearing aids, even hearing aids. His inventions, right, contribute to us being able to produce effective hearing aids. All right. West developed the invention with his research partner, Gerhard Sessler, in 1962. Sessler, I know this, you can look it up, have a brand of microphones and audio equipment, even to this day. All right. While both were scientists at Bell Laboratories in Murray Hills, New Jersey. West holds more than 60 US patents and more than 200 foreign patents using polymer foil electrics and transducers. During his 40-year career with Bell Laboratories, where he had worked as an acoustical scientist, he has also authored or contributed to more than 150 technical papers and several books on acoustics, solid state physics, and material science. Upon retiring from Bell in 2001, he joined Johns Hopkins University as a research professor, and the transition to academia has been much to his liking. I discovered that Johns Hopkins is a lot like Bell Labs, where the doors were always open and we are free to collaborate with researchers and other disciplines, James says. I like the fact that I'm not locked into one small niche here. I wanted to be in an environment that allowed 360 degrees of vision. His research at Johns Hopkins includes efforts to improve teleconferencing technology by transmitting stereophonic sound over the internet and new transducers. In addition, James has long been known for being a mentor to students and for being active in initiating and participating in programs aimed at encouraging more minorities and women to enter the field of science, technology, mathematics, and engineering, STEM. West graduated from Temple University in 1957 with a degree in physics. And I think that is an awesome brother. He's 90 years old and he's here in Baltimore and he's still doing the work. So that's my contribution. I hope everybody liked it. Happy Black History Month. Pseudo Killas on the rise. Let me say.
Pseudo Kill Official, man. Appreciate that, brother.
Thank you.
And I just appreciate the realness of the channel, man. That you can have a problem and get on this motherfucker and be real. You don't gotta echo amen to shit. Be real with it. Get it off your chest, yo. It's a conversation, and this is how Black people are supposed to grow. You handle shit with your words, you get it off your chest, yo, and you feel better the next day for it, yo. We don't gotta be phony to kick it around here, yo. That ain't what we doing. All right, we're gonna keep that shit real, is what they say, man. Now, Juju, what you got? Cause I know CK playing a damn video game. I already know it. So I'm gonna give her a break and let her get up to 1,000 points or so. Where you at? Where you at, Juju?
Absolutely not. Do not give her a break. She's just fine. She's probably ready right now.
Playing the game, we know it. Shit, stage 50,000. The headphones on. That's why she ain't showing the camera. I know it. I already know it. Oh, we got the white hair. You next, Juju?
I'm not prepared. I didn't know anything about this until like an hour ago. And I
So
just
you don't got a favorite Black person? Really?
favorite...
How about a Juju shaman in the heart of Africa? How about Dogon? Dogon had so much damn astronomy.
No.
I can't figure out why they ass wasn't in the space age before everybody else, based off all the shit they got. Yeah. Hell nah. Hell nah.
I have a lot of people, but I wanted to focus more on Black scientists more than anything. But my favorite people are Ida B. Wells and Fannie Lou Hamer. But Queen Cat, we want to talk about Black history. A lot of like the Geechee Gullah heritage and activity and things of like that will be taking place coming up soon. I know I'm planning to go visit Geechee land in a few. But if people aren't familiar with what Geechee and Gullah is, just takes a quick Google search. Lots of information out there. If you're in the Pseudo Killas Discord or MBK, go in the libraries, and there's a plethora of information. So those are some things I'll be doing some research on. Of course, Mary McLeod Bethune. We just had her statue presented here in Daytona. It has now been shipped to DC to be in the statutory hallway. That's definitely some Black history, because she'll be the only African-American in that statutory hallway representing the state of Florida. So just a few things going on. That's all I got.
All right, got you. Okay, man, look, so we're moving right along. We're writing in proper time perspective, man. And we're enjoying ourselves around here. All right.
Hold on.
What?
Somebody just tried to check me in the chat and said Benjamin Banneker was born in Africa. Whoever said that, get your life together and stop spreading lies during Black History Month. Is not cute. All right.
Benjamin Banneker.
Y'all can go, you can Google Benjamin Banneker. We don't even have to argue over it.
Was he though? Does anybody know where?
I'm dropping the link right now. That's the only person I forgot to drop. And Sheffrin is correct. He was born in Baltimore.
Benjamin Banneker. We heard Chaos One singing. He ain't say he was born in Africa when he sung the song.
Right.
Chris would know. Yes.
I can give you one scientist if you want. We cheated. CK gave this, but we might as well. And she's a Black woman. June Bacon Burstein. She was the first African American to earn an undergraduate degree in meteorology from UCLA. Well, I like this one. She originally joined the NOAA, which of course has to do with something with the meteorology. As a weather analyst and forecaster, Bacon Burstein moved to the Atomic Energy Commission as a senior advisor. She was interested in the effects of what hydrogen and atomic bombs on the Earth's atmosphere had to do, especially after she looked into the devastation of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which is crazy because ain't that what Putin talking about right now? One like nuclear alert for him. She worked on air as chief meteorologist at WGR TV in Buffalo and was the first female to receive the American Meteorological Society seal of approval. She was one of the founding members of the American Meteorological Society's Board of Women and Minorities, which help encourage and support scientists from these underrepresented groups. when she won $64,000 from a TV show, she was part of the prize to endow an AGU scholarship for women who were passionate about studying atmospheric sciences. She was dedicated to the environment, encouraged young scientists, and changed the face of meteorology. There you go. Thank you for the save, CK.
Thank you for the save, CK. All right, CK, you up? Hey, man, we can drop that link in the chat, man. CK, come on, CK. Where you at?
Oh, my bad.
You on the kill streak.
Yeah, yo, see? Told you, yo. Never again, CK, will you get me.
What do you mean will I get you?
You supposed to be running this.
Right, no. And you're in the middle of the kill streak.
Hold up. How am I supposed to be running some shit? I don't have no control over our lives.
The way you want to do it, now you got to run it.
Hold on, CK just cursed.
Anyways.
Heavy is the head to wear the crown, yo. When you call something, yo, you gotta run it. Don't make me do something you want to do.
Okay, I mean, well, whenever I get the powers to run shit, then you can talk all the shit you want.
Right.
Because I recall a month ago someone said you ain't getting no control. You ain't getting
No.
Yeah, but you definitely got the power to run the show you came up with, though. That's for damn sure. No matter what you say.
And when I tried to run, he was like, no, CK, I'm going first. So I just sat back. But which is all good. Now that's cool. You know, you're good at doing what you're doing. You know, I'm good at multitasking in the background.
I'm good at playing Call of Duty. So we focus up. Let's go. Let's get it, shorty.
Anyway.
You got to have the best goddamn presentation. The bells and alarms and shit's supposed to be going off when you rock right now.
Of course. I had my shit ready from a month ago.
Right, anyway. Don't come in and go flat.
Nah, son. I'm gonna do one better. I'm one up in this bitch.
You know all that shit by heart.
I'm coming through.
She gonna come through with a white person. Watch.
Crazy. But first I just wanted to say, you know, peace to the panel, peace to the chat. I appreciate everybody coming through. I'm sorry it was kind of put together at the last minute. I blame Ankh. And never mind. I appreciate he's awesome. Love you guys. I appreciate everybody that presented something today, even if it's something that you may have done in the past. You know, it doesn't matter. It's something that probably somebody in the chat never heard of before. If you haven't, make sure y'all join the Pseudo Killer Discord server. We got sources on deck. We got free books on deck. You know, if you're trying to be sourced up to fight the pseudos, you know, I thought it was very important we did something, you know, about important Black people that have done something in history, whether it was in the past or recent, because, you know, sometimes we get to have too much fun talking about the craziness that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. At some point in time, you know, we gotta educate folks. You know, I mean, we gotta bring something that you ain't never heard before, probably, if possible. You know, and Unc is always right when saying that, hey, you know, Black History Month isn't just a 1 month thing, it should be an everyday thing. You know, it doesn't always have to be, you know, I mean, just the month of February. You know, we could talk about a Black scientist next month. We can just have a day every month where we talk about somebody that maybe we never heard of before, even some people that are doing some stuff today. You know, we just had the coronavirus. We had some really important Black people that I think a lot of people may not be as aware of that played a role in creating the vaccine. You know, so that's something that we definitely could dive into. So before Unc get to getting restless, I do got 6 people in the chamber ready to go. And I'm going to share my screen because I actually did an actual presentation. And we're going to get to it. Crud. Bump it. All right. So my first person, I have William Augustus Hinton. He was an MD. He was born in the 1800s. Sean also did a live stream about him as well this month, but I already had him in my list that I created last month. So from Dr. Hinton, he was a descendant of former slaves. He created a blood test that diagnosed syphilis as a disease of bacterial origin. He also made a detection method commonly referred to as the Hinton method, which was more accurate than the previous test that was endorsed by the United States Public Health Service in 1934. His test became the standard, that helped pretty much diagnose more than 600 African-American sharecroppers. And of course, we all have heard about the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, where these people, some of them probably weren't even informed that they had syphilis. Some of them did know that they had syphilis, and they just never received proper treatment or just any treatment at all. In addition to his medical background, he was one of the first African Americans to publish a medical textbook called Syphilis and Its Treatments. And in 1936, he was one of the first African American professors at Harvard University, where he taught bacteriology and immunology. So he's real cool. Yes, for the next person, I have Miss Evelyn Carmen Nickel. She was born in 1930. Sadly, she passed away in May of 2020 due to complications from COVID-19. But she was a molecular biologist, and she had a degree in chemistry and mathematics back in the 50s. She was also an activist to a degree as well. She confronted racism and sexism in her field, which, commonly you would mostly see white men in those fields. In 1955, her education experience, it allowed her to continue to work on the polio virus. She also got a Nobel Peace Prize for that too. During her tenure at Ohio, she became one of the first scientists to successfully isolate the herpes zoster virus, shingles, using ammotic cells in tissue culture. In 1985, she also was one of the senior scientists at the Baxter Pharmaceuticals, in which her role was as a lead in researching the development of the diagnostic tests for bloodborne diseases, including, like HIV virus, for example. Let's see. For the next person, I have Jarita Charman Holbrook. She was born in 1965. She's still currently living. Ms. Holbrook, she studied physics at the California Institute of Technology. A lot of people know it as Caltech. She has a bachelor's degree. She also has a PhD in astronomy and astrophysics from the University of California, which she obtained that in 1997. She also studied among certain African groups and tribal groups in Fiji. Main focus on astronomy. She served as the vice president of the European Society for Astronomy and Culture in 2008. Also the president of the Historical Astronomy Division of American Astronomical Society, the Association of Women Faculty at the University of Arizona, and the International Society of Archaeoastronomy and Astronomy and Culture. She has a decent amount of works on astronomy in regards to indigenous cultures, for those people that are kind of interested in that. For the last person, at least for this slide, I got Omaswa L. Shields. I could not find a birth year for her. It was kind of hard for me to find information on her. I got her off of the African American Women's in Physics, I think. That's where I got her information from. So she has a PhD in astronomy and astrobiology from the University of Washington in 2014. She also went to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where she got a Earth Science, Atmospheric and Planetary Sciences degree as well. She's an astronomer, she's an astrobiologist, and an associate professor in the Department of Physics and Astronomy at the University of California. She's also a bit of an activist in her area as well. She does outreach programs for the youth and confronts racism in her field. Recently, she's been doing a lot of research focusing on exploring the possible climates and potential habitability of Earth-sized planets orbiting cool, low-mass stars. She uses a hierarchy computer models in her consort with data from NASA Kepler's missions, along with observational data from the space and ground-based observatories to carry out her research. And those are all the people I had for that slide. Hold on. And I just got 4 more slides of 2 other people that I was going to do. It should be pretty quick. Sorry, because the way that I shared it previously. So for this person, I decided to do Franz Fanon. He was born in the early 1900s and passed away from leukemia in the 1960s. He's known as Franz Fanon. He was a French West Indian physician, a psychiatrist, and a political philosopher from the French colonies of Martinique. It used to be owned by the French. I can't remember if they got their independence or not. His work has become influential in the fields of post-colonial studies, critical theory, and Marxism, as well as being an intellectual. Fanon was a political radical Pan-Africanist and a Marxist humanist concerned with the psychopathology of colonization of the human and social cultural consequences of decolonization. He was a member of the Liberation National Front in Algeria. His work in the national liberation movements for 5 decades in places like Palestine, South Africa, Sri Lanka, and also in the United States. He formulated a model for community psychology, believing that many mental health patients would do better if they were integrated into their family and communities instead of being placed in institutionalized care. He also helped found the field of institutional psychotherapy. He wrote on his experiences with racism and colonialism from the French. This ideological concept called double consciousness as an internal conflict experienced by subordinated or colonized groups in an oppressive society. Also, another ideology called colonial mentality, which is the internalized attitude of ethnic or cultural inferiorities felt by people as a result of colonization. He also held the belief that cultural values of the colonizer are inherently not felt, my mistake. Basically, he wrote some books on how these beliefs come about the cultural values of the colonizer being more superior than their own. He didn't actually believe that, but he wrote about how those ideas kind of manifest in these cultures. Also, he was a part of the Negrice. It's described as the process of Black developing a racial identity, especially in the conditions of oppression. Let's see. These are some of the books that he wrote. He did Black Skin, White Mass, Wretched of the Earth, Dying Colonialism, Towards the African Revolution. And I guess when he passed away, some of his works weren't put into book form. So some people got those together and then released those unfinished works in this book here in 2018. I decided to put together some of the people that he was influenced by and some of the people that he influenced. You know, some of the names on here might be familiar so far as him being influenced by Karl Marx, Sigmund Freud, Amin Cesar. He talks about him a lot in his works as being one of the main, I guess you could say, teachers or influencers from his own country. And of course, a lot of his books influence people all over, you know, from South Africa to Europe, you know, even his books influence people like Malcolm X, Huey P. Newton, and etc. So that is that one. And this is the last slide I got here. And this one is on Gerald Anderson Lawson. A lot of people just used to call him Jerry. He was born in the mid-1900s, passed away in 2011. He was an African-American engineer. He designed the Fairchild channel fun video game console. Most of us, I'm not gonna lie, probably not old enough to remember that. Probably Unc and Cedric, they might remember those consoles. As well as he was the leading pioneer to the commercial video game cartridge. So in the 1970s, he joined the Fairchild Semiconductor group in San Francisco that created one of the earlier coin-operated arcade machines. For those of y'all remember the buildings we used to go to and play arcade games before people used to have console systems in their homes. One of the first earlier games were called Demolition Derby, and he completed that back in 1975 using one of the F8 microprocessors. In the mid-1970s, he became the chief hardware engineer and the director of engineering and marketing for Fairchild's video game division. In 1976, he designed the swappable game cartridge based on the technology that was licensed by Apex. And around 2003, Lawson started having complications due to diabetes. He did lose a leg and one of his eyes, but he ended up passing away in April of 2011, a month after he was honored by the International Game Development Association. All right. But good thing, he was honored by ID at Xbox when they had their little, I guess you could say, award ceremony. Of course, this was after, like years after he passed away, for being one of the leading developers of the first cartridge-based game system. In Los Angeles, they named a school after him called the Gerald A. Lawson Academy of Arts and Mathematics and Science. And I also put a couple tidbits here at the bottom where some people also decided to do some little mini to short documentaries on him, to just kind of bring awareness to how, this person that, a lot of people don't even talk about, like how he kind of revolutionized, gaming. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have gaming today. He made it possible to have the games on cartridges so we could swap those games out for other games and be able to play other games that kind of led into us using CDs, DVDs, and even Blu-ray discs today. So those are all the people that I wanted to go over. I know I was kind of long-winded. I don't know if anybody had any questions.
You weren't long minute, goddammit. You was typically CK.
I mean, originally I just had before, but then I was gonna present some on MBK's channel, but I ended up missing the live stream, so I'll just like bump it. I'll just do it on Pseudo Killas whenever we go live.
You rocked it as always.
Y'all could hit that button anytime you want to. Which means you missed it. You missed.
Anyways, but I picked those people for good reasons. Like all the scientists I kind of went over at the beginning kind of plays into like some of the conversations that have been going over lately. I didn't want us to forget about the virus and the vaccine, so that's why I kind of mentioned Brother Hinton, just to kind of remind people that, hey, like you want to keep saying that vaccines is the white man and the viruses are created by the white man, but like, here's a black brother that actually tried to create a solution to that problem. Y'all were talking a lot about, the Big Bang. So that's why I threw some astrophysicists in there, and then some astronomers as well. And I did Fannin because I just started reading his books recently. So I was like, you know what? I should do a little something on him. Some people may not know who he is.
Personal
one. Yeah, like I'm like, people may not know who he is or know that this dude influenced a lot of like Black Power activists. Like his work.
He did. He was.
And then the Gerald Lawson, that was really more personal for me because I'm a gamer, I thought that was just an interesting kind of fact that I just didn't before. And I thought that people should know that, hey, you know what? Black people, we may not have been the first ones to make a video game, but shit, we made it possible for folks to be able to play it, So it is what it is.
Excellent.
It is what it is. Hey, somebody put that link in the chat. Real quick, some questions. If not, we get up out of here. Keep it moving. Keep it going quick and fast there.
Oh yeah, and correction. Thank you, Queen Cheetah, for the save. She gave out my appreciate it. Thank you, sis. Love you.
Yeah, if anybody in the chat, you know what I'm saying, want to throw something in real quick, or just, you know, give the platform a shout out, man. Make sure y'all like the videos, man. Yeah, make people can find it a little bit quicker. Make sure you subscribe to the Pseudo Killas, the Real Black Atheists. All right, hit those subscription buttons. They're important. Subscribe to the Bobby Banger channel. Let me put that link in there.
Shit, what happened to the Real Black Atheists? We just gutting that.
No, we ain't gutting that. We was on that last night. You was too busy talking shit. We ain't gut that. Right there last night. Right there. Beating up Chief X. Boo, 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 boo. Do, 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 dish.
I don't know why y'all be feeding that attention seeker. Y'all doing too much.
I want to give him some attention. He deserves it. Y'all like niggas attention and want that attention. What are you talking about? Right up my fucking ass.
Give them the ass whipping they asking for.
Yeah, it's a fact. So,
your parents ain't never tell you that?
Nah, man, I stay the fuck away from people.
Your parents ain't never tell I'm gonna give you what you're asking for.
Yeah, why they on that shit? I don't know why they on that shit. Yeah, let me show you some niggas. Everybody want to talk about the niggas. Let me show you some niggas. I always be to show y'all some niggas. Does everybody want to play niggas? Like you say, niggas. This ain't easy.
Why would you call them niggas?
Because that's what everybody say. They say, yo, we want to find the niggas. This definitely niggas, because they niggas.
Why is they niggas?
Why not?
So is that antelope a nigga?
Yeah, that's a nigga antelope.
That antelope is the same color as those human figures. You sound crazy.
Yeah, let's kick it off, Chef.
I mean, the colors
Yeah.
was probably a little limited back then.
Right. Yeah. They just figured, yo.
So they could have showed the nigga any kind of way they wanted to.
No, they couldn't.
I
like CK say, the colors
it's the explanation. It's the explanation that's the funnest.
So where is this located?
Where do you think it's located?
In the Sahara, some damn where?
Nah, it's in Egypt. Western Egypt. It's in
ain't that the Sahara? Hold on. Ain't that the Sahara?
Maybe you can talk to
Huh?
He said it was Western Egypt.
Yeah,
ain't that the Sahara?
Western Desert. You know, in that corner over there near Chad and all that. And that fake boundary they made up. Because they ain't got no boundary at 6,500. Ain't nobody running through that talking about this a line. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, look
so
at
what
it.
people, so what people was that? How can you determine?
Hold on. I'm learning from y'all. Y'all say the motherfuckers ain't never went nowhere. So I'm learning from y'all. So if nobody went nowhere, then ain't nobody never went nowhere. Then nobody went nowhere. Then leave everybody the fuck alone. Let everybody be where they was at. Because ain't nobody never went nowhere. I'm with that.
Again. When the people was the same color as the goddamn animal.
Nigga, I'm with ain't nobody went nowhere. They ain't went nowhere. Ain't nobody went nowhere. I don't want to hear, yo, that's 5,000 BC, but ain't nobody went nowhere. It's 2020, 21. Same motherfuckers there. Ain't nobody went nowhere.
I have a serious question.
Ain't nobody went no motherfucking way. We're gonna keep it that way. I don't want to talk no more because ain't nobody went nowhere. And I'm with you. I like that. So if ain't nobody went nowhere, then ain't nobody went nowhere. We good.
I mean, nobody went nowhere. We wouldn't have these other people outside of Africa.
Nah. The Egyptians is there today. It's the fucking Egyptians. They ain't went no motherfucking way.
Nah. Well, anyways, but off of the picture that you showed us, could you maybe like tell all of us like the person that maybe took the picture? that did the research on it?
Nope, I ain't doing none of that shit. I'm waiting for the nigga to jump up to get the shit slapped out of him. That's what I'm waiting for. Waiting for that nigga. Hercules nigga.
Well, follow-up question is. Oh, did you want to go ahead and go? I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I wanted to know out of the conversation that was presented last night. Is that y'all definitive stance on that topic? Did y'all just lay it all out and you know that's what y'all got and that's what y'all rocking with, right? And you agree with that information?
Yeah, I want to know how much can we sell tickets for? That's what I want to know right now.
I asked you a question.
What's the question?
Dang, yo, wasn't even black. Yo, just
yeah, I'm talking money, yo, because this time out my lovely, I got daughters and sons, man, in college. I'm basketball coaching, I'm lacrosse, I'm doing all that. That shit take valuable time. Right?
Yeah,
Niggas go straight to the fucking university and bypass me and go straight to their local university gonna say the same shit. Not unless you go to the wing of the racism, white supremacy, but you would have to go back into the 1800s.
All right, so what was presented last night, you stand by that. Because you didn't present it.
Stand by it. All the way. I stand on that.
All right, cool.
And I got 30 universities to say the same thing.
All right, cool.
Right.
Go ahead, CK.
Well, my follow-up question says you don't want to answer my first question.
Hey, CK, you put the thing in there?
What's that?
Did you put the thing in there, the link?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, hit that damn link. What y'all doing?
I was gonna ask, based upon where those paintings are, if you could tell us like what, like, I guess city it's in, like modern day or whatever. And then on top of that, like, have they done any excavations so far as of any skeletons that are? No, I'm just saying, like, of course they got the cave paintings, but like, were they able to find like any buried skeletons of the people that?
Hey, here goes something for you. Here you go. Here you go. You see that? What'd that say?
The major sites of paleoclimate and geoarchaeological fieldwork in Eastern Sahara.
All right, look at all these sites right here, yo. The site I showed you, can you see my pointer?
Mm-hmm.
It's right here.
Okay.
There ain't all these lines and shit is some shit that motherfuckers put together later on. It's imaginary. It's none of that. Ain't no white people that motherfucker say draw that line right there. Motherfucker don't know that line, yo, they grazing. All right? Most niggas stay right here on this line. They stay on this river and talk shit. All the little dots of cities and all that, motherfuckers stay right there, yo. But there's plenty of motherfuckers here. Plenty. Plenty of people right there. But, you know, everybody stay right here, though. They stay stuck right here. That's the shit gonna kill them. Not the playa, all that shit right there. All right?
Yeah, that's why I was kind of curious if they may have, like, found any skeletons in those areas.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, teeth, all that. Yeah, yeah. I wish a nigga would. That's what I'm telling you. I wish a nigga would.
Copy. Yeah. Did they get a chance to do any DNA studies?
Fuck DNA right now. Fuck the DNA right now. DNA is one part. You got to get the teeth. You got to get the skulls. You got to get the DNA. You got to get the archaeology. You got to get the material culture. Nobody runs around and hollers DNA. Nobody does that. No expert does that.
No, I'm just kind of curious to see, like, you know, if anything was like done beyond just getting the paint, getting the artwork off the wall.
No, they got skulls in that area. They got all that. They got a lot of shit.
Okay, yeah. I was just curious.
Of course they did. Yeah, but let's and you can go to some of the Saharian rock art, and you can see some white people on that motherfucker. Some niggas is real light. Now, what does that actually mean? Nothing. Because they could have been formed right there in Africa. Simple. Yeah, simple as that. As a novice that studies genetics, I clearly understand there's one rule, yo, that no DNA marker can delineate what race you got. That's some stupid slap shit. The argument be slap ass stupid, no matter who's presenting. Right? The joke be the niggas. Where the niggas at? That's the joke. Right? Because the white boy said it was the niggas. Remember, they said that. I didn't say that. I never said, rather than them say they the niggas. So when you show them some niggas that they say was the niggas in places they don't think the niggas supposed to be, now all of a sudden they the slave niggas. You see the joke? See how it go? It go from these are niggers, and then when you find them same people that you called the niggas, which was slap crazy, and then you find them same niggas and all they shit all over in places you think they wasn't supposed to be, then they the slaves.
Yeah, you gotta put history in context.
No, what context is that?
No, I'm just saying, like, if there was no slavery going on at that time, especially in that area, like you can't make that generalized statement like
but
that.
Why the niggas gotta be the slaves though? Why they gotta be the slaves though?
Yo, for some reason, you know, and that should be a good study, right? That why Black people was always in history used as slaves. You know what I mean? That's a whole nother study. But it's interesting. And I'll be damned if somebody sit here and act like throughout history, people didn't use Black people as a place to get slaves from. You know what I mean? Like in different periods of time. Like that's a real issue for me. I always thought about that also. So.
Actually, I got you, Chef.
Mm-hmm.
A good book to start with, which I started reading it but never finished it, which is shameful, is Slave Trade by Hugh Thomas. And actually, I think that book is in the MBK Discord server for those of y'all that's in there. Slave Trade by Hugh Thomas, H-U-G-H, Hugh Thomas. It goes into, in the beginning of the book, he starts going into how like slavery kind of started out in some of these other areas outside of Africa before they kind of started coming in, because Rome, they were prevalent in getting slaves from East Africa.
Mm-hmm.
That's how Black people end up there. So them people that want to say, oh, the Greeks was Black, it's like, no, they weren't Black. They actually had slaves up there. Like they legitimately did. And then we completely ignored the trans-Saharan slave trade with the damn Arabs. That's how we ended up in Iraq and Afghanistan and even all the way in India. But people want to say that, oh, we were always there. Like, no, we weren't. We were brought up there. And actually, I don't know if I can find the damn documentary. It'll be too hard for me to find it. It wasn't a normal documentary. It was actually a documentary about some of the foods that are eaten in Saudi Arabia. And you actually will see there are some Black people like still there. There's still like a small Black population there from when they had slaves there.
So it's interesting. Like is asking the question, like, you know, when people say, well, they were Black, they dead, but they were slaves. I'm saying, like, historically, why was, you know, it's not just a 16th century European creation alone that, you know, Blacks were seen as slaves. Like, I keep having this argument, like, you know, in the conscious community, we act like Europeans invented the slave African narrative. They might have pushed it to its highest point that, you know what I mean? But it was always some type of thing. Even in the Indian Ocean, it was a trade of, you know, Black slaves right across the Indian Ocean. So that's why you will see Black, you know, certain African people in India, and they will pop up in China, you know what I mean? They, you know, it was a commodity to sell these people. So it's always interesting to me that how we look at it. Like, it's amazing that, you know, you look back in history and you see Black people being portrayed as slaves when, you know, historically, people actually came to Africa for Black slaves. Like, so it's really a thing, and it's worth studying. I say.
Yeah,
I
just
don't
to
know
back
all.
you up. I'm gonna back you up, Chef. I'm gonna back you
Nah,
up. Like,
hey, CK, freeze.
what?
The conversation was, we was in a place called Kemet, and when Rising and them found some pictures, they said they was Egyptians. Then when they looked up and realized that they was underneath of the line that they had made, they called them slaves. That's a total different conversation for what we're saying. If we want to go into the origin of the word slave, that's the Slavs. Where these people was enslaved. Europeans was first called slaves, the first people considered slaves, the Slavs. That's what the word actually comes. They was enslaving their people right there. I'm wrong with that?
Wrong. Yeah.
So the Slav, that's not where the word slave come from?
Yeah, but that's not the origin of the practice. You're talking about the origin of the word, right? So the origin of the word is not the origin of the practice. So
okay, so hold on, stop.
Just because our modern word,
don't get offside. Stay right there. So what records do you have talking about the first slaves? All humans enslaved each other. It wasn't just Black people. Just so happened that the majority of people on Earth was considered brown people based off geographical reason, needing protection from UVA rays. So that ain't really nothing slick. Most people on the Earth, right, have protection from the UVA rays based off the geographical reason, being raised in temperate zones. That's not confusing though, Chef. No, we talking about the Romans didn't just enslave Black people. I mean, people that had a darker skin complexion or dark brown. That's not. Where's that record? Because that's what you're essentially saying. That why is it that these people with darker complexions and they wasn't enslaved no more than anybody else until you get to a certain time period where it started to be exclusively these particular people of color being enslaved. That's how I learned. And if you got more information than that, yo, I'm right here.
Yeah, I mean, because no, I would agree with your statement up until a certain point. Right. But the Black slave trade, like everybody have been enslaved. I mean, depending on where you at, you're going to use the people closest to you to be, for labor, if you need that type of labor force. So if you, Europeans would use other Europeans, right? Asians would use other Asians. But what I'm saying is that Africans, right, were looked at, for a lot of written history that I didn't see have been with the moniker of slave. And what I can point to is Roman sources, right? Even from other North Africans who Romans in them first got Ethiopian slaves from. They would get them from North Africans who used to hunt them, right? So it's really a thing. Like I mean, I've seen it. Like, and I know you're a reader, and I know you have to have seen it also. So
yeah, but shit, but you got the Slavs being hunted down.
No, but hold on. We're talking about Africa. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
we're talking
that's
about.
Why I was trying to support you, what you were saying, because like that's why I'm saying that book I mentioned, Slave Trade by Hugh Thomas, it goes into that. So Unc is right to a degree in the sense that like a lot of the slave trading was already going on in Europe before those practices came to Africa. It just got perfected later on. You know what I mean? And they weren't just.
I ain't say that, CK. I ain't say that. I ain't say that though. I just want to let you know I ain't say that. What I said was people was getting snatched up and however you want to call the shit. There's different variations of slavery. Even if you go to we done been down this road, but I don't mind going back down that bitch. You can go right to the article and the history of fucking slavery. Right? And it'll tell you what type of slavery different people was doing. So the whole world was snatching your ass up. And it's always based off of your ass don't have the fucking ability to keep a motherfucker off your ass. That's why I'm telling people right now, from Black people, so we won't be in a technological fucking slavery, running around here crazy as fuck, get your kids interested in science and technology. right? So you don't be subservient to another group of niggas who got that shit. It's the same thing. Like if you can't protect a motherfucker from coming to get you, right? Then they gonna come get you. And humans have proven that. Yeah. From time immemorial, if you can't stop me from getting you, I'm gonna get you. No matter what, like that whole color shit is what Chef is talking about. When did, and Chancellor talks about that. When exactly did Black people become exclusive? My answer is when they were still running around in the Stone Age. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't where they needed to be. They couldn't stop another force like that. No more different than the Native Americans, man. They couldn't stop the force. They took the whole motherfucking thing.
It wasn't just that though.
They was on par. Like prior to that, the Native Americans, the Mayans, the Incans, man, they was battle tested, top notch, and nobody else couldn't fuck with them. Like simple as that. But as soon as something different came, right, with different sets of standards and different types of technology, the shit went to fuck. So it's always that when you lacking, you're gonna get got in the world called Homo sapiens sapiens. That's my point though. So yeah, that's when we got exclusive, when we couldn't keep a motherfucker off our asses. That's what I'm saying. That's when it was exclusive. But go ahead.
No, I was just saying like they weren't just picking Africans just because, like, we were skilled workers. You know what I mean? The Africans that they're snatching up, when you start digging into like what ethnic group that they were purchasing, like most of these African tribes were really skilled in farming or some type of skill. So of course, as the Europeans are coming to the New World here in North America, South America, and in the islands, they need people to be able to cultivate these crops so they can bring them back to European countries. So why steal a gang of people? Why kidnap a gang of people that don't know nothing, that you have to teach them something, when you already have this whole population that's been farming and doing all this skilled work for centuries, and it's built into their culture, and we could just snatch them people up and just have them do that over here?
That's a good point.
No, why not just stop them motherfuckers from doing it? Because I'd rather put that shit into my own land and build my own shit than you hurry my ass off to somewhere else. That's my point though, CK. I don't give a fuck what the reasons was they picked this for, right? The fucking point is keep a motherfucker off your ass. Like, if you can't do it, you're gonna always be subservient. Right now, right? We watching Russia, right? Going back to Ukraine, like that is Russia. But the group that decided that, yo, we ain't fucking with y'all, we gonna be democratic, we're gonna do our democracy, democracy, Man, they ran up in that motherfucker. It ain't even been 5 days yet. They need help from everybody. Goddamn. If you can't keep a nigga off your ass, yo, he gonna be on your ass. That's always been a rule that I know of. You can't hold your territory down. Whether you think you're selling weed, whether you think you're selling heroin, whether you think you're in a blue gang, a red gang, a gray gang, a purple gang, a mix of the two. People gonna be on your ass. Whether you same with this shit, that's why we be beefing and arguing now. Motherfuckers is trying to hold their fucking positions. And instead of shooting at each other, yo, we use a scholarship. It's the same shit. It's something niggas do. When I say niggas, I'm talking about men. It's just something we fucking do. Simple as that. Like, I'm gonna hold my position. You gotta finish me off. That's why you got Chief X standing in the middle, surrounded by everything. He's still talking shit. The nigga is slap surrounded with no books. His only weapon is Wikipedia. And some fake ass North Africans who on the internet act like they North Africans, probably somewhere down there in Pennsylvania, some motherfucking way talking shit. You wouldn't know. But they hold their position. So as we smash their motherfucking ass out, y'all know, damn, they got stomped all the way the fuck out. Damn. Right. So if the Ukraine can't stop Russia, right? Which ain't nothing but their ancestral grounds. That's Russia and Ukraine. It's the same shit, speak the same language, same thing. You want to hear some real funny shit? I give you the funny shit. If the Ukraine and Russia was located on the Nile Valley, like this way, going through different types of weather environments, right? Man, shit would look a little bit different. You would swear them to. So human beings been fucking with each other in close proximity, fighting each other forever, separating, dividing themselves. Oh, you got the pseudo killers. Oh, you got the Masi. You got the Amaskar. We do like this. Doop, 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 doop. And then you fucking fight. It's the human way.
I don't know. I think that the Africans probably had just a lot of different obstacles against them. You know, you're going up against a force that got better weaponry. Your numbers aren't as great. You know, the various tribes, they weren't exactly monolithic, so everybody kind of was doing their own thing. And then everybody didn't exactly get along too as well for whatever reason need be. And I think it's just
y'all both right. You know what I mean?
And you're saying, you couldn't keep them off you. Like if you fighting your own people and you fighting these foreigners that's coming over here on top of that, and on top of that, you having internal issues too.
It's an elephant in the room though, yo, that we probably need to address, yo.
And don't forget, people were still fighting diseases back then as well, and medical treatments weren't as on point, and people weren't living like that long either.
CK, it's an elephant in the room, CK.
What? Oh, also before I forget, brother,
hold on.
American Dream said he had somebody he wanted to present for Black History, even though he's late.
Wow.
Which is why I said I wanted us to do a separate show from the Black History, but whatever.
Anyway, listen, there's an elephant in the room. Duly noted. American Dream, you up next. The elephant in the room is, if you're living in the temperate zones, things are more easy accessible. Resources are a little more plentiful. There's just things are growing. So you might be in an area where the resources get slim and you got to actually create farming, or you're in an area that's really, the shit is just growing. All you got to do is pick it and grind it out, right? So remember, Europeans got decimated by the Black Plague and all that shit. They numbers was real low, right? A lot of the wood and shit was decimated, right? A lot of that shit was going on. So they was, at a certain point, you got to get it in, right? They battle test. They fighting each other for those resources. Right now, you got to go out. Now you got to go out to the rest of the spot. Now you find that people that's been real comfortable. We was real fucking comfortable. You got to realize, we've been doing this shit for 350,000 years in Africa. It's a long time. Resources, fighting the fight, dealing with the weather. Boom, 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 boom. You know what I'm saying? Numbers grow, numbers fall. Long time, Then you get that mix, right? Corey and them always talk about it. You get that population coming out the Mediterranean, right? Mixing in. Right? You back and forth. And so it's being cultured in other people's ways of life that will give you the strength to fight the fight against niggas who are only cultured in their way of life. I'm gonna say it again. Being able to go around in different places in the city and match up against the best basketball players, and then being able to leave that city and go to other states and play against the best basketball players, and then being able to go across seas and play again, it gives you a certain battle test that a person won't get that's only the best basketball player in his own motherfucking hood. It's just different. And that's usually the difference, that those who run across the more diverse people, meaning like different cultures, that aren't even alike, bringing in new things back and forth, right? They seem to have an advantage of those who got a lot and already comfortable and ain't got to do too much. The shit just ran past us. And then they speed up the fucking process. It's called colonialism, right? It's called they just getting their independence. So there's a lot of reasons why we're behind. So for me, if that's the point, right? If we've fallen behind in our communities here and we've fallen behind in our communities now, I don't need to tell African people, go back to your ways of custom and traditions, go get your ceremony straight. I don't need to do that. Fucking India, is moving. And they on the move, right? China's on the move. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to tell them, go back to the Stone Age. That's why I be thinking it should be ridiculous at a certain point. I'm not trying to teach them how to bury they dead, how to come up with another ceremony. Like, what the fuck is that? As an African American, what I don't like telling, yo, but you know, y'all used to. Now I need to give them a computer. Need to give them some training. Need to set up things like Dr. Mayada's doing, where we can actually train them and get them up to fucking speed, man. Like they got the youngest population on planet fucking Earth, yo. They're poised. They're poised to move in the goddamn space age like no other. Poised. But if you're giving them rocks and spears and talking that shit, well, that's the best weapon. Nah, man. Like I go back to the Dogon again. Based off of all the shit that the claim is made about the Dogon could do, right? They should have kicked the goddamn space age wide fucking open, but they didn't. You know why they didn't? Because they didn't know the shit people acting like they knew. Because there's a residual for having certain things. There's a residual for having Newtonian physics. Watch this. There's a residual for having the oldest astronomical clock. Man, it gave rise to one of the greatest civilizations known to mankind, having the first astronomical clock and not the playa. The oldest such things allowed them to mark time and look at the summer solstice and understand when it was time for the monsoons to come back. That shit is fucking crucial to development of a great civil, crucial. And you see the residual. Damn, them niggas had something right. So I don't want to hear about what this group of Africans had. It should have showed up in their damn culture. That shit ain't fun to me. Because it always shows up. When Africans could do it, showed up. It showed up when Onesimus came over from West Africa, right? And the quote unquote Africans, you know what I'm saying, in slave colonies in America wasn't getting sick from smallpox at the rate that the Europeans was. Why? Because they had something that showed up in the fucking culture. What was that? Inoculation. It showed up. So if I was saying they had something, yo, you know they had inoculation, but they was getting just as fucked over, just as sick from the smallpox, then obviously they didn't have it. So when we talk about the Black story, tell the fucking truth. Knock it the fuck off, because we're not stupid and we're not dumb. I see you. It's in the culture. The culture will show and prove. African cultures have been showing and proving itself over millennia. How in the hell that early Homo sapien conquer the world with damn spears and bows and arrows? Because they was developed in Africa that allowed them to get on the move, that allowed them to dominate certain animals. It allowed them to carve out their niches. It allowed them to protect themselves. That's how we know they had that shit. The spear, the bow and arrow. That's the thermonuclear weapon of the time. Projectile. Now you're not just throwing a motherfucker. You that's a what? So you done went from rock throwing, which was dominant, throwing a goddamn rock. A 15-year-old can throw a rock 70 miles an hour and hit you in your motherfucking hit your ass as grass. Okay, y'all throwing rocks. Okay, we got this bow and arrow. I'm gonna pick you off behind. I'm gonna hide behind something and stick that thing around there. So you got to expose yourself to throw that motherfucking rock. Yeah, so we know that African cultures from time immemorial have been showing and proving themselves. It's this new shit now that all of a sudden they did some shit. Well, if they did this shit, it would show itself. I'm not believing that you understand Newtonian physics, but ain't decided to make no goddamn shoes and keep the motherfucking Muslims off your damn ass from changing your goddamn religion over. I'm not believing it. Simple as that. Go ahead, American Dream. Get it in. I just wanted to spice up the air a little bit. We was getting a little bit too calm around this motherfucker. I can't do it.
Peace. What's happening, y'all? Happy Sunday to everybody. Yeah, it's actually not a good time for me right now. I'm about to give a driving lesson, so I'm gonna go back on mute and just listen until I'm able to speak, if that's okay with y'all.
Man, I really wanted to hear your Black History joint.
Oh man, it's a good one too, I gotta tell you. And well, actually, I do think it's a good one. What I do want to say is, and I'll just say it, and go ahead, girl, press on that. You know what, man? Give me a few minutes, y'all, and I'll come back on.
Question.
All right.
Wasn't he banned from this platform?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure that I wasn't
we
Black History Month, yo. He black, yo.
I
Black
want to
Black History Month.
It's Black History Month.
I wanted to follow up on what Uncle saying real quick, y'all, because I think what we tend to forget is the mental health of Black people. And when I say mental health, I mean in generally speaking, we tend to repeat history, and instead of people wanting to be teachable, they want to be the teachers and want to be Mr. Know-it-alls or Mr. Know-it-alls. And instead of us taking accountability as a whole, because we all have to, and at one point or another, we probably were, a little bit cocky, or, felt like you couldn't tell us nothing at one point or another in our life. But now, where we are in 2022, we have to set the tone and the precedence for our youth as far as STEM and educating them, like he said, providing the babies with a foundation. But also, you don't have, well, I won't say that you don't have, because that's not true entirely. But you have some where they will send their children to school and expect, the school to teach them, and then that's it. They're not doing no work outside of the school. They're not teaching them nothing at home. They not, giving them no books to read, none of that, because we know that it's a lot of information that they're not teaching in school, especially to Black children. And we can't expect them to raise our children or teach them these things when they haven't been doing it, and all throughout history. And so now we see a lot of people, obviously now in this day and age, that it's more, you see more Black people in STEM. It's more like a cool thing now, whereas before it was, you was a nerd, or you was this, you was that. So I think that we have to sometimes maybe have a little bit more patience, so to speak, with these people and their ignorance, because again, there was a one point in time we didn't know any better, right? So whereas we have to be that change that we expect to see, you got people like Dr. Maya that's actually out there putting in the work, out there in the actual schools, putting in the work, doing the actual footwork, not just, jibber jabbing and talking about something. We can talk all day, but when we get done talking, what are we doing afterwards? And I'm not throwing shade at nobody. I'm not saying nobody's not doing nothing. I'm just saying this is a question that we have to ask ourselves, as a whole. What are we doing to contribute to the betterment of our people and our children and their future, because they are our future. And if we don't provide them with nothing, we are going to be fucked. So that's all I wanted to say.
Hey, Chef, hey, hold on. We just got somebody up in here. Let's see who in there. Oh, we got Ifa. Oh, is he getting in there? Oh man, Ifa. Come on, Ifa, man. You gotta stop that, man. You gotta get some computers. Come on, yo. Baltimore, yo. You fucking, yo.
I'm trying. I think this show been going through, I think, Kofi Live.
So we want to let them. Oh. we want to let them rock, yo. Yeah, we'll get us some space, man. Shout out to Kofi and them, man. Ifa must be got a dial-up computer, yo.
We definitely gonna come back on. I wanted to do something around 8:30. Can't find Corey. I don't know where Corey at.
With his beautiful family where he should be.
I don't know what Vance doing. And Kent probably watching porn, so.
Oh, man. Damn. Brand new big ass computer.
Right.
Oh.
Peace, y'all. Y'all mind if I just say my piece?
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Hey, I missed it. What did you say first though? American Dream.
Say again?
What did you first say when you jumped on?
I said I wanted to. I thought I said that I had something I thought was important to say. I didn't really say anything of any substance, I don't believe.
Oh. All right. Okay.
You got it?
All right.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Remember, you can speed up in the middle of the turn. Yeah, but Black History Month. I think it's important for us to remember that Black History Month is also in honor of Abraham Lincoln, right? And because February was chosen as the month that we celebrate Black history, specifically because of Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass. So I think that it's also, since I've been growing, this is just something that really became clear to me because no one ever kind of speaks about Abraham Lincoln during Black History Month. We may have our own feelings about him and whether or not we think he was a slave master, or whether or not we feel that he wasn't really interested in freeing the slaves. He was just interested in keeping the Union together. Regardless of that, I think it's important for us to remember that Carter G. Woodson felt it important enough to honor Abraham Lincoln as part of Black History Month, and I just think it's important that we remember that, and I think that's important as well. Black History Month is about it, and I think for me, that kind of reminds me that Black History Month is an American holiday, and it's about Black history in America specifically, and it's about
why.
You sick, bro.
Yeah, you are. Why is it important for us to recognize or remember that it was to honor Abraham Lincoln? I think it was more recognizing the Emancipation Proclamation.
Did y'all cut him off though?
In the slave.
It was specifically in honor of Abraham Lincoln. That's why they did it in the month of February, because he was born in that month.
So you came on here.
Not. Are you trying to insinuate the week that Carter G. Woodson created, that where Black History Month came from? Because you got to get the info right first.
Right, correct. So they did that week first, but they went to the month because the week they were honoring fell in that.
So the month was to honor Abraham Lincoln. Is that what you're trying to tell the people?
No, the week was also to honor Abraham Lincoln. It was to honor both of them, Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass.
To wrap it up, box. Box.
Right. So I just thought it's important to keep that in mind as well.
Box.
American Dream is white, yo. I'm telling y'all, yo.
Hold on, though. Hold on.
But nothing I'm saying is not true, though. Like,
hold on, American Dream, please. American Dream.
CK. You put up a lot of stuff.
He tripping right now. This ain't what we were talking about.
Put up a lot of stuff.
Whoa, everybody hold the fuck up. Shit. Come on for a minute. Everybody stop for a minute. Let's calm down. American Dream got a right to say what he gotta say. So sometimes shit be so ridiculous. Now, American Dream, we just asking for a source. I want you to finish getting it out, right? Get it all out, but bring us a source, to help navigate us to it. Don't just say this shit. When you say something like that, though, you got to back it up.
Give you a source that says Black History Month is in honor of Abraham Lincoln as well. That Carter G.
That'd be a good start, right? You said. What about Carter G. Wilson? We know that Carter G. Wilson, about the help of Abraham Lincoln, he's not as old as Abraham Lincoln, so we know that's what that was. So, I mean, what are you trying to tell us? Connect the dots for us, yo? Carter G. Wilson won with Abraham Lincoln during his presidency.
The main thing I'm saying is just what I've said. Like, I'm not sure why we think it's far-fetched that Black History Month would honor Abraham Lincoln when
the far-fetchedness is where's the source?
So maybe this is just an opinion and not a fact that you're stating.
No, it's a fact. I mean, you can look it up. It's a fact.
No, if it's a fact, then you need to be able to. Then okay, you just said it's a fact, and then we can look it up. Then since we can look it up, provide the source.
Look it up. That's
I'll look it up. Everybody calm down.
You telling us to look it up?
No, Chef Frank. Do not help this dude.
Making a claim.
No, I'm not trying to help him.
Provide the source. Pull it up. You
telling us to look it up. Or shut the hell up.
You should be able to look it up just like that.
I'm
the one that's making that claim.
Wow.
I'm gonna put because we want to know.
Okay.
So if he's in a driving
mistaken, you should know what platform you're dealing with by now, bro. What you talking about? Wow,
opinion and fact is two different things.
Hold on. He said he was teaching his child how to drive. So I will pull it up. We can check it. It's Google. It's Googleable, right? Googleable. However you say it.
Just Google Black History. Just Google. All you gotta do is Google Black History Month, bro.
Right. So I don't have a problem with Carter G. Woodson putting Abraham Lincoln in his Black History Celebration Week. Right? I don't have no problem with that. My issue, y'all, on this panel with American Dream is when we were all presenting people in Black history and STEM, right? We come on here and tell us that we need to recognize a white man in Black History Month. When we're talking about
Black, he had something good.
The same white man that the founder of Black History Month honored. Like, what's the matter with y'all?
Yeah.
You know what? I regret saying that you could say anything. I regret saying that you could say anything. You could have stayed your ass in the chat. I'm supposed to be a positive.
We were presenting Black people in STEM.
Right, he can go for real, because don't nobody want that negative energy for real. Because
wow, that's a lot of logical fallacies you're using. Aren't you the logical fallacy person? Is this the logical fallacy person using all these logical fallacies?
No, I got something good for y'all. I got something good for y'all, and then go talk about we gotta honor this white man when we sitting here trying to fucking liberate us and fucking show people. Different people that they don't teach us in school, and you gonna bring your funky ass on here.
That's what Abraham Lincoln. That's what Abraham Lincoln did.
Oh, get this nigga cool ass off the
Abraham Lincoln liberated us.
You know by the name American Dream that this nigga want to be so
fucking liberating Black people.
Bad.
Who should get more credit for liberating Black people than Abraham Lincoln?
Get this fucker off, yo.
Who should get more honor for liberating Black people than Abraham Lincoln?
Abraham Lincoln does not deserve it. Abraham Lincoln does not deserve it.
I'd rather speak to the men on the panel. Can I speak to the men?
You know what? I'm willing to double down on it. I'm willing to double down on it.
I really would prefer to speak to the men on the panel.
Yes, I can.
He's trolling us.
How can you speak to the men on the panel? You're not a man yourself. You act like a little boy. You've been ignorant
to the men on the panel.
Different tools on it.
I want to speak to the men on the panel, please.
No, you want to speak to the men. Take your ass
y'all
on
ladies
somewhere.
Really just want to name call and argue with me. I don't
Ain't nobody name calling you. We've been asking you for a source, and you telling us to go look something up. And we said, well, where is it?
Yo, all I'm gonna say is
nothing I said was untrue.
Literally a year ago.
Until you provide a source. How about that?
Yeah, how about that though, American Dream? That's only fair.
How about
no,
that?
I believe him,
yo. Woman to get to the
what
man.
happened to that rule? If you ain't got no source, you getting the heck up out of here.
You need to do that
source up or you shut up.
It sounds like something Carter G. Woodson would do.
You ain't got no power.
Like something There's a difference if Carter G. Wilson wrote something and had him in a document, then actually the whole damn celebration is based off of celebrating. Yo, you twisted that shit. That's a difference right there, yo. Come on, yo. You ain't
all
got
I said, all I said was that's the
You
reason
bitch,
that they
bruh.
picked the month of February. Miss, I'd rather speak to the men, please, because y'all just
It,
want to
it,
Oh,
you
argue
you
the
shouldn't
name
said,
call.
speak so.
okay, I
Your
see what you
history was
said.
wrong.
What he
You
said,
didn't
hold
even
on, what he
I'd
said,
rather
get
speak to the
smart.
men because y'all just want
You
to
couldn't
argue
even
a
get the
name call.
facts right. So you
I
had to be
can't deal with y'all
corrected.
women. I
So
can't deal
how
with
about
y'all
you go
women.
have several seats and pick that book up again and refamiliar yourself with the facts first of all. It was the weak and you're misconstruing his intent, bro. So don't do
Wait,
that.
is this
We
a
don't
man?
play that here.
Is
Oh
this a
shoot.
man? You sound like a man.
Sorry.
Is this a man?
That's
Oh,
fine.
I swear to
That's
God.
why you gotta be
wanna
rude
be,
like that?
bruh.
I'm
No.
dead serious.
That bit wanna be.
I
But
would
that's
This
why
only,
is
you're
I
not
only
a
want to speak
man.
to the men on
You
the
won't get
panel.
to
Please,
speak to the
ladies.
men because you
you
won't even
have
Can I
control.
just
Like
speak to
all
the
you
men
gotta do is
on the
mute his
panel?
mic.
Can
Have
I just speak to the
control
men,
and you can
please?
hear everything that's going on. Just mute his mic and kick him up out of here. This is why I said a year ago when we have these
Pseudo killers.
disrespectful
Y'all making
people on
me
our
annoyed. Can
panel.
y'all chill, man?
When they get banned,
Pseudo
that shit
killers,
should be
can y'all
permanent.
control the
Your
women
ass
on
was
your
banned
panel?
for a reason. Just like Chief X was banned for a reason. Q was banned for a reason, bro. I wasn't even here when you did the shit that you did as to why you banned. I found out after the fact. You shouldn't be allowed on here. Stay
Excuse
your
me,
ass
Kay, I'm
off
sorry.
of
The
the
caterpillar is
platform.
on the porch if
I'm
we could get
dead
it, please.
serious, yo.
I don't
Stay
even
off
know who
my
you are.
platform. You want to talk
I don't
reckless in
even
the
know.
chat?
Oh, this is
That's
your platform?
fine.
I'm
Because
sorry.
we
I
can
thought
just
this was
time you out, but you don't
Chef
deserve
and
no airtime on the pseudo killers. You don't deserve no airtime over here. Chief X don't deserve no airtime over here. Cube don't. Once you show a pattern of disrespect on this channel, I'm gonna always have some shit to say.
Who did I
Banned.
disrespect? Who did I
Fine,
disrespect?
we have nothing else to talk about.
Who did
Mr.
I
Bobby
disrespect?
banging West, bitch. Move them fingers to that mouse.
Oh
Get this
man,
dude
there
up
are no
off the
more men left.
platform.
There are no men left on pseudo killers. Is this how
I have
y'all let these
nothing else to
women do
say,
y'all?
dude.
Is this how y'all let these women do y'all? Chef, they just came and took over y'all stuff like that.
Nah, man.
Ain't nobody took over nothing.
Everybody freeze it. Everybody freeze it.
Yo,
1
the
minute.
pseudo killers
Hold on,
got
relax.
y'all. What are
Everybody
y'all
relax.
allowed?
Listen, everybody calm down, yo.
I'll calm down as soon as you
Can you
hit that button that
calm
says
your women down?
remove from
Calm
panel.
down.
Calm your women
Listen.
down.
No, I'm not calming down, I'm not calming
Calm down, yo.
because
calm your
look how
women down,
quick
Oh.
Sheffrin was to kick Kaba off the panel off of just
There
reading
you
some
go,
joint.
y'all
But you
gonna-
can't
calm
kick
your
you
women
gonna do
people
that,
off
down.
though.
yo, you messy with that shit though, yo. Now you
Sheffrin,
fucking
I
messy
dare
now.
you
Exactly
to
what
calm your
happened.
women
Yeah,
down.
but you
Calm
messy
your
though
women
with that
down.
though. That's some messy shit, CK. That's worse than what
Calm
that
your
nigga
women
doing
down.
It's
right
messy
now.
because it's the truth.
It's not the fucking truth. Why you gonna bring it up right now? I'm sensitive about that shit. Deal with that nigga. Don't bring it over here. Don't put Cobb into this shit. Don't even mention her name in the atmosphere on that. Come on, dog. Like that's a whole situation.
I'm showing
right
a
there.
pattern
When
of
you bring that shit back
inconsistency.
up, that ain't right, CK. Cuss that nigga out. You got opportunity to cuss him out. Cuss him out. Don't bring Cobb into it. Jesus
Showing a
Christ.
pattern of inconsistency. I'm saying, yo, if somebody could boot someone off the panel for just reading something, this dude has had a pattern of being disrespectful on our panel.
Maybe the nigga not
Why
wrong.
is he allowed on here? Yo?
Maybe suppose you're not wrong, then what? Then you did all that, you would have to apologize, wouldn't you?
Sure, and I would because I'm
Suppose the nigga
consistent.
ain't wrong though. Damn, y'all
So
so
what?
quick
You
to
can't
oh, that's
multitask on. You can't hit that button and remove him off the panel. You
what?
can't hit that button.
You talk at
Yo,
the
if he
same
gave us a
time, we
fact,
can hear in the
if the
chat.
brother
It
gave
is
us a
the
fact,
fact. That
hold on,
we
yo, no matter how much that crazy shit he's saying, right? I heard what Sheffrin said, yo. Listen,
How am I
I'm
getting
a great
kicked off for
listener,
saying
yo.
the truth?
Listen, yo. Hold on for a minute.
You should have
Listen.
never been allowed on.
Relax for a minute, yo. Relax. I'm telling you, I heard what Chef said. I heard the context of it. He might not be lying. So Carter G. Wilson,
I might not be lying.
I'm saying we dove at him too quick. You gotta let him finish, and I asked for a source. He don't got it. So I'm gonna bring Raw
I
Born
don't
on.
even care about that.
Listen,
you
you
shouldn't
should
be allowed on this
care about it
platform.
because then
Period.
you would have to apologize to be lady.
No, I
That's why.
wouldn't.
That's why I
Y'all
don't
would
like.
have to
That's
be.
why I
Y'all
don't like
dove too
speaking to women.
fast.
That's why I don't like speaking to women.
The
That's
point
why when I
is, you
go to
shouldn't
a
be
real
allowed on the
barbershop and the
platform.
Listen,
women are
see, hold
talking,
on.
I'd rather leave.
American Dream.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Whoa,
You
whoa, whoa,
cannot
whoa.
put all women in the
Hold on,
same
everybody
damn box.
relax. Hold
You
on,
can't
wait.
do that.
Hold on, let's do this for a second. Let's breathe. We're not gonna make this a man against woman conversation. American Dream, you cannot say I don't like talking to women. But the customary thing to do is you did it. Allow us to have a I get it, bro. Because if I got my woman with me, yo, and she got a problem with something one of my homeboys did, Nigga, don't address her. Address me, and you gonna work it out like gentlemen. As soon as you address her, now it's a problem. So I get you decorum, but this is a talk show though, right? So the woman that just is equal. Listen, nobody, you can't fight them, you can't box them up. It's about the wordplay and your intellect. We on even ground right here, dog. This is even ground. Right,
Bobby,
so I can't talk to the women.
The truth mattered to you. The truth mattered to Seth. The truth didn't matter to them women.
Bobby,
And that's typical of women. The truth doesn't really matter to them.
Bobby, I would like to respond, Bobby.
They'd rather argue.
Wait a minute. So let's do this. Hold on. Listen, the show. Listen, hold on. Let me say this. I got you, Juju. Listen, American Dream. I say this all the time. I love fucking arguing. I will argue with y'all till the cows come home. But what I hate is the cutoff shit. So everybody get their point in, right? So Juju, you next. And whoever's gonna be next, be next. And then when American Dream say it, let them say it, let them get it out, then crucify his motherfucking ass. That's how we do it around here. But you gotta let them get it out. So what you want to say, Juju, because this ain't the male and female conversation, American Dream, respectfully, bro, you wrong for that. Because every woman on this platform got a voice. We ain't cussing each other out. No, she's queen cheated, don't cuss him out. Because he can't cuss you out back, because he gonna get the wrath of the niggas on this motherfucker. So since the women know that the men ain't cussing you out, y'all can't do it. Y'all gotta respect. It's balanced.
All right, I'm sorry, American Dream. I apologize. I just said I apologize. All I'm asking you to do is you told us to look it up. You are the one that's making that claim, and we just want you to provide the source for it. Please and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I accept your apology.
Okay, may I speak? Is it my turn now?
Yeah, we need an order.
Well, I was next anyway.
I know that. After you.
She got a burning desire, Jackie. Let her get it out. Then you go, Jackie.
So, just for correction or clarity, American Dream, very familiar with that fact. It was in representation of both of their birthdays for that week and why you had in the month. It was your wordage and your explanation and your emphasis that I had a problem with, because I truly do not think or concur that Carter G. Woodson had that intent, that we honor this man to that regard. The way you're wording it, maybe I'm taking that too much, but I'm not done. Thank you. I'm still talking. The point was, yes, we understand that fact. I think most people on this panel, on this platform, knew that already. It was how you were making the statement, dear.
Jackie, where you at?
I'm here.
Yes, it's fucking up.
I was just waiting for her to finish. Well, I wanted to say, go ahead.
Whatever honor Carter G. Woodson wanted to give, honor that he wanted to give to Abraham Lincoln, wanted to give to, can I just get finished? Frederick Douglass is the same exact honor that he wanted to give to Abraham Lincoln. The same exact thing, nothing less, no more. And let's not take that away from him. Let's not take that away from either one of them. Let's not take that away from the spirit of Black History Month either. And let's not be, let's not have Black History Month whenever we bring up someone like you wouldn't behave like this if I brought up Frederick Douglass. Why would you behave like this if I bring up Abraham Lincoln?
Black?
And who and which one of us are really being dishonorable to the spirit of Black History Month by dishonoring Abraham Lincoln during Black History Month?
Is he Black?
It doesn't matter. It didn't matter to Carter G. Woodson. It did not matter to Carter G. Woodson and everyone else and all of those Black people who made it, who went out of their way to say Abraham Lincoln should be honored during that week. And you're dishonoring the spirit of those Black people who lived during that time and said, yep, that's a special man and we want to honor him. And now here you are 400 years removed, having no idea about what was going on and trying to take that away from him. Yeah. That's not a good thing to do.
Absolutely correct. I do not do the Negro History Week anymore. I do Black History Month. You're right. So I won't honor.
Regardless, you're still doing Abraham Lincoln. Regardless, you should still honor Abraham Lincoln. If you speak,
have a good day.
Who else has done more for liberating Black people than Abraham Lincoln? Who? Name one person.
I think you made your point, and
but y'all acting like I made a point that was invalid or untrue. Everything I've said is true. I don't care if your feelings are hurt about it.
American Dream. American Dream. Let that woman go.
American
Dream. It's her turn. Come on.
And I really don't like how you threw all women under the bus just because some of them on the panel disagreed with you. I actually do agree with you. And I would like to say this before y'all go off on me and cut me off and kick me off the show and shit. Stuff. But
y'all
the reason why I would say I agree with you is because I'm not under the impression that Black History Month is for us. I'm under the impression that Black History Month is for them to learn about us. We don't need a month to learn about each other. You know, that's crazy. We go to school and we learn all types of stuff. If you want your children to learn other things outside of these things that they teach in school, you can teach them about who these people are. They're going to teach you about Mae Jemison in school and stuff like that, but they're not going to teach you about these other people and what they went through. And that's up to us to educate each other. And we don't have to wait until February to do that. And the reason why I say this is because if you pay attention, every culture in America has a month. You have Hispanic month and all of this stuff. And it's not for, and when you see the Hispanics and the Hispanic History Month, they're trying to teach other people about them. And that's how my perspective is on Black History Month. It's for them to learn about us. It's not for us to learn about us. I think it's silly for us to, in this day and age, to take that stance. So when it comes to other people like John Brown, Abraham Lincoln, or whoever, the Niagara Conference, that's for them to learn what we went through, who helped us through it, and how we are trying to still get to where we need to be. And that's how I feel about Black History Month. It's not for us.
Why would they
versus opinions? Go ahead, Juju. And then we got Ifa. Yeah, Ifa.
I understand what she's saying, but Black History Month is for us because there are people walking around in Daytona Beach, Florida, and don't even know who Mary McLeod Bethune is, and Bethune-Cookman University is sitting right there, a block from their house. That's problematic for me.
So why they gotta wait for February to learn that?
They don't. Because how we teach it all year long, but also gives the opportunity for exposure, also gives the opportunity for people to plan and come together. See, I have this, that's such a I don't know. I'd be bothered when people go that directive also. Like, I get it, and we should do it every day, but there is a reason for planning and scheduling that I think is important. Like, it gives it its hallmark, its stage to stand on. You know what I'm saying? So
our history in America is what we
be a good and a positive thing. It's also an opportunity to do more of, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we can teach it every day, but on February, like have this big festival, or let's take a trip, or to really commemorate that. Like, it's like a family reunion day. Like, yeah, we're supposed to celebrate family day, but when do we get together? Really get together? Family reunions. So what's the problem with that?
Because we live this. This is something that we live, and this is something that you shouldn't wait until February to teach. If you see a person that don't know who Mary McLeod Bethune is, it shouldn't have to come around to February for not only for you to throw that at her, but to be throwing all of these different people at this person when you got all the time. This is our history that we live, and we should know. We don't need a month to learn this. We need a month to express this and let other people know it.
Is it possible I could read a quote?
Go ahead.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna start right here. Woodson's project for the new Negro history had a dual purpose of giving Black Americans a history to be proud of, and to ensure that the overlooked role of Black people in America was acknowledged by white historians. He also wrote that he wanted a history that would ensure that the world can see the Negro as a participant rather than a lay figure in history. So it's both. Like, it's for us to learn about our role in history, and for, you know, other people to learn about our role, instead of just seeing us as just slaves or just, you know, impoverished and oppressed people. And Black history isn't just about just Black Americans. Like, it's other people, other Black people that lived in America as well, and their role in our liberation in this country, whether it's the slave revolts, whether it's civil rights, whether it's the all the Black activist movements that we had, and even up to today. That's all. Going back on mute.
Yeah, the diverse opinion on this show is good, right? We can get it in. Where you at, Ifa?
I'm here, brother. Can you
Where
hear
you
me?
at? Come on, Revolutionary. This is my man from Baltimore. He grew up with me.
Yeah, I grew up with you.
Grew up with me. Same
my
neighborhood, same
What's
shit.
up?
Bobby
Yeah.
West. He know me as Bobby West.
Oh yeah.
Simple.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm proud of that motherfucker name. Tell him if I'm definitely proud of that name, nigga.
Oh, definitely. You got, yeah. You got a right to be.
Huh.
My thing is, Black History Month was chosen as February because of Frederick Douglass being born in February, period. And it was in the Eastern Shore of Maryland.
You went on mute by mistake.
Abraham Lincoln, the brother that stated that Abraham Lincoln did these things for Black people, I'm lost, because actually it was strategic to save the nation. Right?
Where did that come from?
All right, I got quiet.
That's just a question I got. I always hear that. I never even learned that in school, that the war was to save the nation. Where did that come from?
Well, because
that comes
if
from
he
the fact that
economically
the South,
disempowered the South, then he could align everybody together, because the industrial age was coming in. So the only way they could defeat the South was to economically disempower them. It wasn't about slavery at all, what Lincoln did.
So if you had a country, it would be in your best interest to economically disadvantage a part of your country? That would be in your best interest for the country?
I don't think you understand what happened. They were printing their own money. That's where you get the word counterfeit. So what they were doing was they were going to divide the country up. They didn't align themselves with the Union. They had separate laws. That's where the Moor science people are getting their laws from, these old Confederate laws, right? To try to overthrow the government. I mean, if you do the research, it's there. They had their own flag. They would
at this time, the country was growing and the country was spreading out more towards the west, right? So they had this big thing going on about when these new states were coming in, would these new states be slave states or would they be free states? So you had another movement going on, which was an abolitionist movement that could not ever have made any progress without white people. I mean, I know we hate white people here, but it wouldn't have made any progress without white people.
I don't hate white people. That's a strong statement there. I think we're reactionary when we deal with racism. See, what we got to understand is you're dealing with a social construct based on skin color. We know through science that all human beings are the same.
Well, I don't subscribe to the social construct of skin color and skin tone. I don't.
No, you don't. You
But I'm
don't.
talking about that at that time, what was going on. So you had this case, was it in Kansas? I can't remember, where you had the guy who went to obtain his freedom because his master had died, and they said he couldn't be free, and this created an uproar because they said the judge said he couldn't be free, right? So they were going to leave anyway. I mean, this was just something that was calculated. It wasn't anything that he could have done to stop them. You just said it yourself. They were already printing their own money.
So could they have a United States if the southern states were printing their own money, having their own flag, and trying to build a nation? Could they have a United States? I'm trying to.
Not until they succeeded from the Union.
But they didn't. This is what I'm saying why Lincoln did what he did. Because he knew that the industrial age in the North, right, couldn't compete with the slave trade as far as free labor, right? So in order for him to destroy the South's economical power, he had to take the slaves away from them. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
I understand what you're saying, but I mean, if you look at the industrial age coming in, it was going to end anyway. There was going to be no need for slaves.
Well, okay.
Look at what they were producing and what they were doing. One of their main staples in the antebellum era of the slavery was cotton. And then once you came in with the cotton gin, and then the in the northern states, like you said, the industrial age started coming in. The main thing that they were producing was clothing for slaves.
Yeah, Lincoln didn't give a about the industrial age.
Say that again.
Lincoln didn't give a damn about that. You're giving him way too much credit. They ain't that smart. He was only worried about keeping the country together.
That's what I'm saying.
It wasn't what you just said. It was nowhere close to that. It was nothing. It had nothing to do with their focus on economics. At one point, Lincoln talked to some of the leaders in the prior to the Civil War. He had some of the top leaders come to the lawn of the White House at one point. He was because this was strictly over over enslavement. He literally had those blacks come because he was willing. He asked those leaders, "Can I ship? Will it be okay? What y'all think about me if we put the money together and ship y'all back to Africa?" He was just not wanting the country to end strictly over slavery. Like people try to make it economics is strictly about slavery is why the Civil War happened. No other reason. Economics plays a part, but it was secondary than the actual.
Okay, but what did he say? If I could end this war without freeing, I'm paraphrasing, without freeing a single slave, he would.
Right.
So it wasn't.
What did he say after that?
The reason he's saying that is because
you're missing the rest of the quote. He said something else after that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's keeping the union together. So yes, that's first and foremost. So that is first and foremost. But it does not conclude that the only reason this shit is happening is because of the slave. Like if he could do it without doing it, if it would keep the union together, then he wouldn't. It's not. I'm not acting like Lincoln cared about slaves. That's not what.
That's what I'm saying. He didn't. That's all I'm saying.
They take him as the president personally not caring, as if the Civil War happened for some other reason than enslavement. It's 100 years that the country had been going back and forth strictly over enslavement, and we had Black abolitionists that were the lead in pushing for it, and that history is typically not known. It's our Black abolitionists is the ones that drove the white abolitionists to push this hard. They wanted the war to happen. This country literally went to war over slavery, no other reason.
No, they didn't. And blacks did not drive abolitionists.
Okay, wait a
fight
minute.
against slavery. They were religious. They were the Quakers.
Slavery was abolished everywhere. We look
not
like
at the same time.
Not initially. Not initially.
No.
Total clowns by the 1860s, still trying to get slavery. It was abolished. They were capturing slave ships in the Atlantic Ocean.
We're talking about America.
It was illegal. I'm talking about America. I'm talking about the northern hemisphere.
Northeast, right, and south, right. So what?
Northern hemisphere. Slavery was.
That's not correct.
Yeah, you're
incorrect. Slavery was abolished.
They were still practicing it in some places in the South.
Yeah, it was
in the North as well.
That's why they had to send the military down there to stop that.
Wait a minute. They might have been practicing it, but the act of having a slave ship come across the Atlantic Ocean and drop off slaves was illegal.
Not because of the United
States. You moved the goalpost. You moved the goalpost from the original conversation, so I'm out of it.
How?
Because you have it incorrect. That's the other countries did that. The United States hadn't done that. The British controlled the waters, and that was their rule.
When did the British abolish slavery?
About 20 years before we did.
Yeah, and all they did was
so what was they doing to them people that was bringing slaves over here after they abolished it, and they said that slavery was outlawed and they couldn't do it in any maritime area
illegally.
They couldn't bring African slaves. Americans, people that were already here in the United States,
and it wasn't all of them.
Be slaves. You know what I mean? They just couldn't bring slaves from Africa anymore. That's all it was.
They could still bring slaves from Madagascar too. Keep that in mind.
British. It wasn't the United States.
Because they weren't considered part of Africa.
That's what I'm saying.
According
the
to
United
them
States was still able to breed slaves, to have slaves and own slaves during that time.
Absolutely.
Let's not forget that they still have slaves in Africa right fucking now. The Asia man is over there right fucking now fighting over Arabs and Asians is fighting over who the fuck is going to be taking control over the Africans. And here we are sitting here going back and forth about the same shit all the time.
Black History Month is to honor Abraham
more
Lincoln.
slaves going over that Mexican border than you think.
Abolish slavery for them. It's nothing we could do about that.
1 second. Where Montoya at? Where you at, Montoya?
Right here.
What's going on, brother, man? I just wanted to shout you out, man. Make sure you subscribe, man, to Mental Dialogue right now, man. Somebody find that link and put it in the chat, man, and subscribe to his damn channel, man. He always got great fucking conversation, yo. Always these types of topics right here, yo, he on it. Then he do like a 30-minute show, man, a rant. Is that what you call that?
Just my 3 cents.
Yeah, just my 3 cents. Yeah, and what you can do is this would make it so dope. When he doing just my 3 cents, you can actually tap in. He'll let you get it in real quick, but you got to be accurate. Get your point out. He's gonna cut your motherfucking ass off. He cut me off all the time.
But I'm just saying the information was going. So I'm just saying, Queen, it was going good. We just kind of convoluted it when you thought it was the United States hadn't done that. The British just controlled the waterway because they had the best navy in the world. But there was still plenty of Americans still.
You might have what I'm saying misconstrued or something, or maybe I said something wrong. I'm not saying that the United States did that.
Well, that matter.
I'm saying that it was
based on the fact
illegal
in the United States. So we were having a conversation about the U.S. and that just brought a different context to the conversation. So people start saying whether it was true or not. So you're saying it took us down that path, and it wasn't something. We were in the middle of talking about what the U.S. had done. We were saying that it's fine. This brother thinks that the Civil War was over something other than slavery. It was over nothing other than.
Let me be more clear. We have on this continent of North America, where the Atlantic Ocean is, and we call this it was the transatlantic slave trade. In the Atlantic Ocean at that time, slavery was abolished. So that you could, if you had a ship in the Atlantic Ocean coming to America, because you're thinking all the other, I'm not sure about, I know right now, I think it's 27 countries on this continent of North America. I'm not sure how many it was back then, but most of the major countries on this continent at that time had already abolished slavery.
Because the British had most of those colonies, and Spain eventually did too.
Okay, whoever had them, who is going to do business with these people that's doing something that these other people have considered atrocious and dehumanizing? So it was something that had to be done. If they wanted to stay on the trade level with these other countries and do business with these other countries, they could not have slavery. It had to end. And you thinking in America, we only got 5% of the slaves. The only reason why it was lasting is because we were feeding them and housing them and keeping them. So I got you as a slave. You have a baby. I got you a baby as a slave. It was going on. But you thinking, I think it was a lady named Beth. Once the American Constitution came into play in 1776, right after that, most of those people in the North start suing for their freedom. And Beth, she was a big, she was one of the ones that you can actually look up and see. I think she was a slave in either Massachusetts or New York. I'm not sure, but anybody can look it up and see. And she sued, and a lot of them people in the northern states were suing for their freedom and successfully gaining it. And that's how a lot of those states, because of the American Constitution that states that men are free under the Constitution, they were gaining their constitutional rights as being free people, and slavery was abolished all up there in the North. It was just the South.
Go ahead, Jackie. Nobody cut you off.
No, I'm just saying that it was on its way out anyway. They was looking kind of crazy on a world front, trying to keep something that wasn't gonna last.
So,
and then if you look at how many,
I will tell you financially, even the North benefited so much that looking crazy on the world front had the United States, that was not a factor for the US. And you got to keep in mind, let's not consider how we see world power now. The US being a new country to a degree, they was obviously exporting with France, and Britain, because that was from the beginning, because that's how they came here. But that was not of a concern. And when those countries, and when the South seceded, they it was strictly over the way of life of the financial gains. It was such a financial gain. This is a unique thing. You can look up what I'm telling you. But the New York City itself was making so much money from the slavery period that there were actually politicians in New York City specifically, not the state of New York, but New York City specifically, that actually was considering figuring out, can we secede with the South? Because that's how much money was coming into New York City. We start thinking about, the unfortunate idea that the first stock was a slave on the state. They still got that block on the stock market now. But it was definitely it was that much money being made. It wasn't like people misconstrue the financial gains of the like the brother was saying about the industrial revolution. Like, that was new money. The money the country had been built.
What did the Industrial Revolution bring in?
I'm sorry, say it again.
What did the Industrial Revolution bring in?
It eventually ended the agriculture. The agricultural era of the world is what it did for the most part. It ended up, not immediately. It takes time for that.
Well, I'm saying, what did it bring in? Not what did it end? What did it bring in?
What? Machinery. That's all I don't know what you're asking. Machinery for the most part. Like, we moved
business in the North prospered from the Industrial Revolution. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, okay. Like their main stuff. Let me see. You asked me. I know this, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. But I'm thinking of. Let me. I can just look it up real quick versus just guessing.
Yeah, and if I could just say this, I think what's interesting to me is that we're going through this whole thing about.
Freeze, real quick. Hold on, American Dream. Look, I want to shout somebody out, man. Man, shout out to Malcolm, man. Good to see you in there, man. Good to see you, bro. Pseudo Killer Official, man. Good to see you, bro. Hope your family good, man. All right, go ahead, American Dream.
Yes, sir. Thanks. So, we're kind of having the conversation we're having right now, and I kind of the main reason we're having it is because we're trying to figure out whether or not Abraham Lincoln really deserves to be honored by Black people in America today.
Figure that out.
We don't need to figure that out.
Can I just finish?
No, you can't. Because you shouldn't be on here to the beginning.
Nobody here trying to figure none of that out.
Okay, listen. Listen, the show. Wait, everybody freeze. I got it. The show is about arguing your goddamn point. It's never about cutting a person off. If you gotta cuss him out, you can cuss him out. Just don't cut him off. Let him get his point out, then cuss his motherfucking ass out. That's the rules.
People out.
That's the rule. Again, I'm not. I haven't said anything. I don't understand even why they feel that they have to cut in and just say their feelings. That again is a part of the reason why I don't like having conversations with women, because they're more concerned with their feelings, and I don't care about that. Or the only
you know what? You're right, American Dream. You're right. Men have no feelings. Men have no emotions. They don't be acting crazy. They don't have no narcissism.
Hold on for a minute.
They're not inconsistent.
CK, relax.
They don't do none of that stuff. They don't do no emotions. They're not even human. They some other species.
Take a breath. Everybody relax.
No, I'm being sarcastic because it's being unscientific on top of that.
Hold on. Listen. American Dream. Man,
yes, men have no emotions. We don't get upset. We don't get angry.
Come on, man. Emotions is a human thing. Anybody that studies science understand that. Okay, so American Dream, stop throwing a woman shot thing, yo. We don't do that around here, yo. Like, that ain't what we doing. This is a safe space for women to cuss your motherfucking ass out. And that's what it is. When is their turn? I agree, but stop saying
that's all.
I know that's time. I know, but stop saying I'm jumping in because you keep saying the woman thing. Just state your case, man. If you want to,
I'm trying to.
Yes,
I'm trying to. But the minute I try to,
I'm cool with us having pseudos on the panel. But once we ban these mother flowers for consistent disrespect on this platform, it should be a permanent ban. So when he was banned last year, it should have stayed permanent. Same thing with you. Same thing with Chief X. Permanent.
Did I disrespect you?
Yes.
No, it wasn't me. I wasn't even present that day. I found out afterwards.
What the hell are you talking about?
That thing about girls.
I don't even know. Like, why do you even want to be here? Like, you're not even welcome.
Dude, stop it. It's not necessary. Everybody talking. Stop taking the cheap shots. It's not necessary. That instigating arguments. Grow up.
Well,
I think
continue.
I think he
probably
still hurt from some point earlier, because I was speaking,
when
and
you
I
were
really
confused on whether you should celebrate Abraham Lincoln. You can start there.
Can I finish my
Go
point?
ahead.
Yeah.
Well, wait, before you finish your point, just let me say one thing.
Can I finish my point?
First of all, when I came on, I actually agreed with you, and I don't think at one point I spoke from emotions. I don't think I did that at all.
Right. You agree with the mother flower, and you're a woman. So women,
that's what I'm saying. I think that when he speaks about people being emotional, well, women being emotional, you are actually putting yourself in that boat without having the genitalia. People can be emotional and speak from emotions. It don't have to be women. Because you still trying to argue a point that we have moved on from, and you have a woman here that actually agreed with you, and I never spoke from emotion.
Hey man, look, I'm gonna let you finish your point, but I want to make something clear. Every now and then I get super motherfucking emotional, and that's a Bobby West trait. That ain't a woman trait. So when men say that shit, I be thinking y'all just on some bullshit against the women, because the niggas be the most goddamn motherfucking emotional. Last time I checked around this motherfucker, the community is full of a bunch of emotional ass niggas. I'm being one of them. I ain't mad at it because I work from emotion. Matter of fact, I get better when I'm emotional. I put that shit together. When I'm playing sports, don't talk shit to me, I get better. When I'm fighting, just knock my ass out, don't talk shit, because I get better. I fight from controlled emotion. So being emotional is a homo sapien thing. Simple as that. So let's move forward.
Scroll up. Whoever put that up there, can you scroll up the causes of the Civil War?
Can I finish my point?
American Dream got to get his point across. Go ahead, American Dream. Just stop doing the woman shot thing, yo. That's like some misogynistic shit, bro. Knock it off. I can protect you.
I'm not sure why y'all keep saying that when there are schools. Can I finish my point?
No,
Jesus Christ!
Because you ignore me.
Schools just for women. There are schools just for women, and there are schools just for men.
Hey, America, real quick. Hey, y'all.
Can I just finish my thought?
Real quick.
Can I just finish my thought?
No, hey, America, hold on.
No, I can't.
Quick.
Can you hold? No, real quick. I just want to say this real quick, Montoya. Let me just say, no. Let me finish. Let me. No. I want to say what I have to say, bro. You're gonna be the fourth person to cut me off. No.
I've been waiting. Y'all been going back and forth for the last 4 minutes.
Wait, you think I haven't been waiting? You think I haven't been waiting? You're just gonna cut me off? Can I finish what I'm saying?
You off for you because you need to hear something.
Go ahead. I'm gonna cut you off.
You gotta remember American Dream. This ain't your platform.
Go ahead. I'm gonna cut you off.
Need to hear something, American Dream.
Go ahead, Montoya. I'm gonna cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me.
American Dream, this ain't your platform, and you're not welcome over here. You don't run nothing over here.
So what's happening?
I know. This is a platform for women.
Platform run by women. I'm gonna give you some game if you'll listen for a second.
So what happened, bro? Montoya, the last thing I want is your game.
You could have been talking 5 minutes ago if you would take
Montoya, I don't think that highly of you to accept your game.
Okay,
please, cool. Save it.
Cool.
Can I just finish my point, bro?
No, I'm gonna say it anyway. I told you.
Cut me off to give me a game that I don't want. I just want to say my point, man. I don't want your game.
Okay, cool.
I don't want your game. Let me just finish my point.
Still gonna give it out. So what happens is,
can you give it out after I finish my point?
I told you I'm not.
Hold on, we're gonna do American Dream. I'm gonna give you an extra time. Let him say what he's gonna say.
I just want to say what I gotta say and go, man. I don't really want to hear Montoya's game.
You could have been said it.
Let Montoya get this in. He might tell you.
This matters for just the platform. So what happens is you did get cut off. So that has to do American Dream. However, I've heard you say this several times. So what happens is if you listen to what Brother Unk's saying to you, if you would just consider leaving out, taking that shot, you wouldn't have got cut off for so long. So that's just something you can use from, because I don't come on the platform as much as y'all do, and I've heard you use it several times. So that you kept saying, why did we keep getting hang up on it? And I'm just telling you, even though you got cut off, because you did get cut off, that did happen to you. But when you take the shot, it got turned into another point. So I was just saying, brother, just leave that out and you could have gotten back in. So I don't care if you respect me or not. I'm just telling you, consider leaving those shots out and you can stay on point much easier.
You see this too? I don't know who put this link in that's scrolling and all of that.
Come on, let American Dream go. Go ahead,
you can see from the link that's up there that the northern states.
Dream go. We can't do it like that. Come on, yo. Go ahead, American Dream. Then we can get there. Go ahead, bro.
Thank you. So, I think we should keep in mind that there are some all-girl schools and there are all-boys schools, because I think those people think that girls learn better together and boys learn better together. So, for y'all to be sitting there saying,
and perversely.
We can have this conversation without people like him.
There's no way, yo. This is a fucking 80s. Hold on. Let me get this straight. Did he do all that to do that? Did he do this now?
Like, how are you gonna accuse women of being emotional and then you turn around and go on emotional rants all the fucking time?
Girls' school. He went to the girls' school and boys' school.
If I go on a rant, I'm gonna bring some facts up in
this.
Bro, you can't bring some sources.
Yo, why American
point was something else
and not making that point?
You know what, girl beats you up because you are hurt.
Your point was something else and you're hung up on it.
Can I get my point out?
Oh, you're saying something else. You're saying something else than your point out.
You want to take shots at females. This in the platform for that though.
You still take a shot at women.
No, I don't want to hear nothing more what you got to say at this point.
You ain't welcome over here at all.
Listen,
I can tolerate you being pseudo, but nah. You got banned last year for a reason.
Hold on. I don't mind people trying to get a rise. But to be honest, yo, it's 2022. We just trying to move conversations forward, man. We just want to hear a person's ideas. Now, once you start infringing and starting to fucking ride for no reason, it's some stupid shit. So to bring in the boys and girls, hey, first of all, ain't one boy in this motherfucker and ain't one girl in this motherfucker. Second of all, I've already made it clear that the voices stand on equal fucking footing, bro. I said that shit. And you coming with the division again. Now get the fuck off. You got one more chance or I'm going to ban your motherfucking ass for real. You doing too much, bro. I'm trying to get you to the point and leave the girl and boy shit out of it, yo. If you can't do it, move on to the next point. It's not fair, yo. Like, you can't keep doing that, bro. You fucking conversation up. How many times I gotta say it? Just express yourself without, it's not one boy on here, yo. And it ain't one girl last time I checked. What's the joke? I don't want to hear the analogy of boys and girls school. Man, fuck that shit. Because women go to school with men. Men and women go to school all the time at colleges and universities. That's not a problem. It's only a problem with niggas like you do that stupid ass shit. You don't even have a point at this point. Your point is fucking retarded. And you was right from the beginning, but you done fucked it all up. Yep. There's a lesson in this shit right here.
Damn, you could have made.
So what was right 5 minutes ago became wrong.
Based on statistics,
based on statistics,
the black woman is the most educated person in the United States of America. Just to let you know,
the
based
ones on this panel. You kidding?
I'm not kidding. Based on statistics, the African American woman is the most educated person. Period. Depending, race doesn't even matter.
Not a whole conversation about something.
Now you're having a conversation about gender.
All because you said
put him off the panel.
Intimidated
Let him make
by
the point.
women.
Like,
I don't know what he keep on
doing. Got no point.
He had a point.
The point is he got one.
Then put him off the panel so we can move the conversation forward, bro. Like, we don't
care. Been trying to get you to wrap it up, Bob.
Let's move forward, bro.
Let's move forward. Let's move this shit forward, yo. Yo, your shit is done. I don't want to hear that point. Come back.
Fuck y'all. Fuck all of y'all.
Your mama, your mama and your daddy.
Thank you.
And the girl
that a long time ago.
Wait a minute, I'm not gonna insult you. I'm not gonna play those childish games. I came on here supporting what you said. I never showed emotion. When you got a chance to speak, the first thing you did was insult women again. Why?
Listen, Jackie, you got to understand, certain people are extremely influenced by sexism, yo. It don't matter.
Conversation I was having,
like,
man.
Some people they just don't care. They don't care.
And why we bringing down the level of the show like this, man?
Get back to the conversation, man.
I'm upset. Come on.
Like, some dudes are narcissists and they'll like you just because you agree with them. Other dudes they don't care. They just don't like women.
It's over with. Let's
He's
get
gone.
back
We're
to the
moving
conversation. Don't get distracted.
Forward.
Could have been gone an hour ago.
Okay.
Hey Queen. If once he's gone.
Well, I'm not really distracted. It's just the
where
fact that
was the conversation?
No, like
all of us
Jackie making her point is important.
All of us should stop talking about it. He's off the platform.
She just wanted to get that off of her chest, and that was
where was the conversation at before that happened? What was the point that y'all were hitting on?
Go ahead, Rob Bourne. What's going on, Rob Bourne? I know it's you. Go ahead. What's up, brother? Go ahead. Jump in.
Rob Bourne, you should bring up the president.
Hold on. Where was the conversation at before we didn't go all
It was about what I got on the screen right here. It was about I
was gonna say, Rob Bourne, you should bring up the presentation that you did last year on Abraham Lincoln. Because remember, I think it was at the beginning of last year or middle of last year, you had did a presentation on Abraham Lincoln and how people always try to hold him up in such a high regard, but they don't really know his convictions. And you went really deep into it. I'm trying to find it right now.
I mean, I know a little bit about Abraham Lincoln to understand his position. Like, regardless of what his position was, like, you know what I'm saying? He did want to put the slaves in Africa. He wanted to send niggas to Brazil. You know what I'm saying? The shit, things of that nature. But, you know what I'm saying? It's not about what a person, it's like, it was about his ending point of where he finished that. Like, if you remove Lincoln, then you remove the influence that Frederick Douglass did in influencing Lincoln to change his position and to start to allow African Americans in the army. So it's like all those dominoes are very important in our evolution to get us to where we are.
Exactly. Yeah, but that's the crazy part, because to let people in the army is real specific. He made it clear it was to preserve the Union. And he even stated it didn't matter if it was pro-slavery or against slavery. He didn't care. It was just to preserve the Union. That's the same thing they did in every war prior to that.
Out of context, though, right? Out of context.
What was his
out of
slang,
context?
though?
His words is out of context.
Whoa, hold on, stop. Let Raw Born go. Wait. No, wait. Listen, let Raw Born go. I swear, watch what I'm gonna tell you right now. This is a good motherfucking conversation. We got Montoya. This is actually his specialty fucking area, right? Subscribe to his fucking channel. Watch how they get it in. Raw Born does this.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it too. That's why I want to have the conversation. I'm very familiar with it, bro.
So y'all three, hold on. Y'all three, everybody move the fuck out the way. The gentleman, y'all got the floor. All I ask is y'all don't cut each other off.
No, I'm saying we could just dialogue. As long as the flow doesn't get crazy, but let us go back and forth like we're not, you know what I mean? As long as it's not.
Yeah, but don't make sure y'all can hear each other. That's what I want to, because I know y'all gonna make it right. This shit gonna be real. This gonna be a nice, high-level conversation, and I want to sit back and enjoy this. We got Montoya, we got King Pseuso, we got Raw Born. Good job in that fucking debate, you Raw Born. Knock me ass. Good job, yo. I didn't expect you to saw none of nobody. Good job.
Hey, what was the name of the channel again?
Huh?
I said, what was the name of the channel again?
Oh my God.
Nigga, why you always trying to beat me up? Do you want to fight, Because we can fight it out.
Oh, there you come.
I might be short, but all I gotta do is hit you like in your knees or something, you know.
Mama, that shit hurt. Mental dialogue. Put it in. Hey, the moderators, put that channel in the chat. Get his subscribers up now, like immediately, yo. That's what's going down. Let's have this conversation. Go ahead, Raw Born. Kick it off, yo. Like only Raw Born can. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, I'm just saying that Abraham Lincoln's whole objective was to rid the free blacks. So when you talk about Frederick Douglass, we want to talk about the 20 Negroes that first came to the White House. And when they come there, the objective is telling them, listen, you ain't going to ever be equal here, etc. You need to go back and tell your people about colonization. He raised 600,000 for that. So when you start listening to the European, it's called the lullaby theory. They try to say that in 1862 or 3 he changed his mind and reverted back to that. No, he made 2 more colonization schemes, one in Honduras and another one in Guyana. The only reason why it didn't happen is because the people stole the money. So, if you really look at this from his inception, being a part of the Chicago colony, he never changed his ideology. So black people give him his respect because of putting that Emancipation Proclamation together. However, the goal was actually to get rid of the free Negroes. And
where you get the goal from? Where you get that from, brother? If you don't mind me asking.
Where I get what from?
Well, you say that he wanted to get rid of the free Negro, but you can't even fast forward until what is it, like 30, 40 years? 30, 40 years after the Civil War.
Where I get what from?
I'm talking.
I'm letting her finish. I'll ask you after she finishes.
Because let's get back to the whole.
When Marcus Garvey came in, he came in with the same thing, taking black people back to Africa. And by this time, they had already set up a colony in Africa for Africans from England or Europe, Great Britain. What was it called? Sierra Leone. I think that was the colony. So this was something that black people thought that they wanted to do at that time. So you make it seem like he came up with this idea all on his own, and it wasn't.
He's not saying that.
It wasn't.
Yeah, nobody said that. Nobody.
But it was conventions at that time that thought that this was a viable.
Not in 1860s, Queen. Not in
It was already, they was already over there. But I know what you're talking about, Rob. When you talking about
already talking about doing this. This is something that they wanted to do. Right. And wait a minute, you can look.
You're saying we made a point that we didn't make.
Let's get back to. We're trying to get back to the whole
Lincoln
dialogue. Your dialogue is on something we never said. We never said that, Queen.
Was a viable option even before then. You can look at you can go back to Canada and you can look at the enslaved people in Canada, and this is one of the options that they had. So it came from there. It was Black people that were putting this up as something that they can do way back then. So
it don't matter that we didn't say he came up with it on his own.
Coming off
We just don't
like
make
this
the
was
point.
his idea.
We never we that's what I'm
Nobody's
saying.
ever said that. You're making a point that we never said.
But Robo, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the meeting that Lincoln had initially when he called.
Yeah, I just brought it up because the leaders at the time actually said, no, we don't want to do that. We are not. We are. We're 200 years removed. We don't know the language. We don't. So those leaders actually told Lincoln they didn't want to do it. So that's what happened.
And we got to be clear. And we got to be clear that it's not to Africa. It's called the Chirac Plan.
It was Brazil.
It was not the
when they turned him down, it was to go back to Africa. Now you may
it was never Africa.
No, it was Brazil. It was Brazil. Some parts of Central South America, Honduras, like Costa Rica.
It's called the Chirac plans. Panama. It actually was Haiti. It was an island off of Haiti, Honduras, and Guyana.
Yeah.
Those four places. Those four things.
So the thing that you're talking about, I respect it is real. Who formulated that? Because that wasn't formulated by Lincoln.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Okay, that was my only point.
I don't know who put it.
I've never suggested it.
We don't know who. We can't say. I mean, he definitely was a part of it because he was the one that brought them in and had that discussion.
Yo, hello.
No, the discussion. I know that discussion was to go to Africa. I know that.
I can't hear because I got. You said that what wasn't formulated by Lincoln.
No, the son that conversation on Montoya, like it was South America and Costa Rica. They might have mentioned Africa in there also, but it was definitely about South America. It was even the jungles of South America, Costa Rica, Honduras, like Rob was saying. That's a fact. Like,
yeah, you saying that Lincoln didn't make that up?
No, I guess he was saying that it wasn't. What you saying is wasn't only Lincoln, or are you saying Lincoln had nothing to do with that, Montoya?
What I was saying was when he brought those leaders on specifically the one to the lawn, it was to send them back to Africa. Anything thereafter, that's y'all are talking about.
No, you're wrong on that, bro. You're wrong on that. Like we could pull that one out. Like you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up now.
If it wasn't, if it was Africa in the conversation, it wasn't without South America. South America, Brazil was a major discussion of what they were trying to do. Brazil and the whole nine.
I mean, do you want to see it?
So what other reasons did I?
Pull it out, Rob? If you got it,
I'm pull it out. I'm sharing my screen right now.
One question, Sosa. What other reasons did our people give for telling him no?
No, I agree with the reasoning. I agree.
The reason already been done in 1835. That's the reason.
I'm saying, why did the people tell Lincoln no? Why did our leaders tell him no, though?
Because they understood the whole colonization game from the jump was to get rid of free blacks so they could continue impressing the people in the South. So we agreed that we're not going to Canada, we're not going to Haiti, we're not doing anything. That's where you begin to see the free blacks.
He wanted to get rid of even the ones in the South. So why would it be to continue? That doesn't make sense. He was trying to
wait, slow down, brother. I'm trying to hear what you're saying. What?
You just said they was going to do a colonization game and still oppress the people in the South, but he was trying to get rid of the blacks out of the country altogether. So what you just said doesn't make sense for why our people would have said no. He was trying to say
no, brother. Listen. So when you have this, first and foremost, you have the original, which is Paul Cuffey, and the black people was with it. Once he died, the ACS comes on the scene. Once this happens, the black church or the black leaders have a meeting. And inside this meeting is, yo, do we want to do this? And no one wanted to go. And then the question is, why they didn't want to go? The answer, we believe that if we do this, they're going to get rid of the free Negroes because these are the ones petitioning and fighting, and they want to keep their property or slaves in the South.
Now that makes sense for the black.
No. He need to show and prove that.
No, he is. No, he's actually right. He's actually right.
Crazy.
He's actually right.
Like y'all tripping on like.
No, he's actually right. He's actually right.
Well, this is not even a
Yo,
debate.
this is
documented.
Nuts,
He's
man.
absolutely right.
This is
No,
documented.
he's
Like,
absolutely right.
This is
So let's
nuts,
get.
bro.
I don't want to get it thrown off the gun because he's right about that. So you're right about that. So I'm just saying, but that doesn't coincide with the day Lincoln brings the leaders to the lawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same.
Because
You talking about
that's very different. It's very
brother,
different.
you talking about the same people that participate in all of these conventions, brother.
So here it is.
They're
I'm lining up to the information, but I'm just showing you.
Brother, they're not.
Let me ask you this, Dan. Let me ask you
They're not
this.
trying to be colonized anywhere.
Yeah, let me ask you
that
this,
was something
Montoya.
that was already established amongst the people. There was going nowhere.
But listen, Montoya, if that conversation was only about Africa, at what point did Lincoln talk to them about South America?
Okay, so here it is. I never said it was only about Africa. So let's.
No.
So,
I'm saying,
I got to be clear on my points. So here it is. I don't. I didn't say only Africa.
I'm gonna rephrase it.
Okay.
When just forget about Africa.
Y'all didn't answer my question. Here's my question. So now what Rabban is suggesting is Brazil's on the table. I forgot the other country y'all said was on the table. I'm saying Africa's on the table. Y'all saying it's somewhat of an afterthought. However, the U.S. ain't in the colony game. You know what I'm saying? The U.S. hadn't been in the colony game outside of Haiti, and even at the time we wasn't even in that game. We were just doing business over there. So we ain't in that game.
The ACS was still in operation. What are you talking about?
We say okay. What's when you say what's so? What does be in operation mean? Where was the U.S. colonizing at?
In Liberia, all over the place. Colonization schemes is what we're talking about.
Okay, you say a scheme. So tell me where.
Let me show my screen. Let me just show my screen, man. Let me just show because I don't like this. This too much. Let me just show my screen real quick. Yo, hold on, man.
So here it is.
Let me just show my screen, man. Let me show my screen, man.
Yeah, pull it up.
So you see the book that I got on the screen? This is Colonization After Emancipation. All right. It says Lincoln. This is the government. Lincoln directed Alicia O. Cosby, his newly appointed minister to Guatemala, to investigate the prospects of colonization in Central America. He called on the Congress to provide that such persons on such acceptance by the general government be at once deemed free. It was but a natural extension of this process that steps be taken for colonization. These freedmen at some place or places in a climate congenial to them, and that appropriations be made to acquire territories for that purpose. Congress obliged. So this is the government. Lincoln's request providing $600,000 colonization fund, $100,000 of which was to be specifically dedicated to the Black residents of the District of Columbia. So this is why they had this meeting. This is what this was about. Next slide. He established an immigration office there. And then it says right here, he began negotiations for the acquisition of terrible and pleaded the scheme's merits before a delegation of free Black residents of the District of Columbia. Has nothing to do with Africa. Next, he says his preliminary Emancipation Proclamation announced in September 1862 also pledged to colonize persons of African descent with their consent upon the continent or elsewhere. Let's keep moving. Let's go. Two colonization experiments initiated during these 3 months.
Hold on, Rabon. You can't do a long ass presentation. That ain't fair.
No, I'm done. I just wanted to lay those two
points out. All
right, I'm done.
Don't get mad at somebody for sourcing up after he listened to a gang of people talk reckless for almost an hour.
Like that. It's a conversation. No presentation.
You just jealous that he got sources.
Hold on, let's just get back.
That's good stuff. I respect that 100%.
All that is woven into the if you just study all that is woven into the whole 14th Amendment conversation. But that's what but even like that I was saying, Rob, like I'm aware of all that, even with Lincoln, right? But you know what I'm saying? But
a massive fucking debater, yo.
Go back. Could you go back?
No, Rob. Keep it moving. That's some good information. Keep the conversation moving. Keep going.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, when you look at, everything he did, Everything he did at that point, like I get the whole point that you make about Lincoln. Like I said, we got to get the whole perspective. I get that, right? Even understanding that part of it, right? But right, Douglas was about citizenship, right? Douglas was proto Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King picked up basically the same baton that Frederick Douglass was waving about citizenship. He was trying to establish citizenship for African Americans in America, right? So when Lincoln rejected him, right, and Lincoln didn't want to. Also, he didn't want blacks to fight in the Civil War. He was fearful that if he give blacks armed, then niggas would turn around and start killing white folks.
Exactly.
Right. So what happened is they thought that they would be able to do it without the African Americans. Then the North started. They was losing,
getting their ass whooped.
And Douglas was beating the drum. He was traveling around the country, like basically telling niggas like, you can't do this without us. You need us. You know what I'm saying? And if you give us the opportunity to fight, that we will fight for our freedom. And he was also convincing African Americans, yo, when this time comes, be prepared, because when we get the chance to fight and we fight for our freedom, it will change the direction, not just for the country, but African Americans in general. You know what I'm saying? And then that, right? So when that happened, you know what I'm saying? Abraham Lincoln saw the goddamn writing on the wall, was like, you know what? He right. He enlisted African Americans, right? And that goes up to Abraham Lincoln finally writing the the four schools 7 years ago, right? The Emancipation Proclamation.
It was a strategic war play.
Right. And then even when you listen to his rhetoric in that proclamation, you can see the tenements of Frederick Douglass in what he's saying.
Absolutely.
And then what got Lincoln killed is Lincoln did after that happened, Lincoln was like, yo, African Americans, being that they fought with us in the Civil War, should have the opportunity to vote. And according to historical shit, Booth was in the crowd, and Booth was like, nigga, that was it. And then he killed them in the theater before he can bring everything to fruition. Go ahead, Montoya.
No, I can't change nothing you said, because what happens is, if you understand what Sosa's saying, we're detaching it from how he felt about black people. We're just talking about how the play happened with the influence of Douglas. And so that's why I'm not finna shit on Carter G. Woodson, who decided, I don't give a fuck about Black History Month, if you will. I've always said, I'm just bringing a little context here, and I've always said that if you go back and read Carter G. Woodson's writings, he wouldn't have wanted a Black History Month. He just wanted Black history to get incorporated into American history.
Whoa.
Right.
Wait a minute.
Right.
Where'd you get that from, bro?
That's from Carter G. Woodson himself. That's from Carter G. Woodson himself.
Where'd you get that from, bro?
So anyway, but let me go back to this.
No, we can't just anyway that. No.
Carter G. Woodson's goal, the reason he started doing and finding African American artifacts, because it wasn't being taught. So he became the father of Black history, because he would go do the research like y'all do now, avid research, and get facts. And so he started Negro History Week, but his whole goal of starting Negro History Week, because again, if you go read about when he started Negro History Week, it was ultimately so, because he got American history is what he was finding at the time. And so he got known for finding history facts, but his whole goal, because he considered it American history, he just started Negro History Week because it wasn't being taught in school. It wasn't being taught at the time. So his whole goal was getting those facts, because they are American history. He wasn't going back and getting African history. And in his time, he was only learning.
Yes, he was. Because
but even if he got some, his whole goal was for
He's saying a lot. Whoa, bro, wait.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead. My bad.
Because if you're looking at what he's doing, he's talking about African history as a whole. And then you gotta look at his organizations that he makes. So he makes the Association for the Study of Afro-American Life. That's in 1915.
Afro-American was happening in America. So
I get you, but in his history, brother, in his history kits, he's talking about West Africa. He's talking about Timbuktu. He's talking about those places and how we connected to them. What are you saying? Where are you getting this from?
Okay, so hold on. What I'm saying is, what you're talking about is he becomes known for it, that gets added. His initial history artifacts was American history. That's what he first started out doing.
No, brother.
No,
Wait, brother,
here it is.
stop.
But why?
Brother,
But
stop,
you do.
stop,
Well, you do.
stop,
Well,
brother,
I'll let you cut in several times. I'm gonna let you
Let
cut
her
back
get it
in.
out. Let her get it
I'm
out.
gonna say one statement. I'm gonna let you cut right back in. I don't mind you cutting on me, but let me at least say this: do you at least honor why he called it Negro History Week? Do you know? Do you honor that?
Do you know that he calls it Negro History Week?
Yeah, why he chose the week he chose out of the year. You know why?
I know why he chose. I know why, because of Frederick Douglass' birthday and Abraham Lincoln.
Because he thought they were the two foremost people who had done stuff for African Americans. He didn't call them African Americans.
No. Listen, bro. Listen, stop. That's the reason why he named it that. The purpose of it is African.
No, that's the week that he chose that week. That's not why he named it that.
Brother, no, it's not.
We were called Negroes.
Brother, listen, brother.
The reason he chose that week is because of their birthday.
Let her rebut, Ron. Let him get the rebuttal.
I can't do this shit, bro. This shit is too pseudo. Man. These niggas is going against Black History Month.
There's nothing pseudo about why he chose the week
right now, bro.
No, he just said slow. He just said, all right, bro, just get it in, man. He ain't got
There's nothing pseudo about why he chose that week. There's nothing pseudo about that. He chose that. He literally chose that week for their birthdays because he thought they were the most prominent people in the helping African Americans. There's nothing to argue about that.
Yeah, y'all got off track anyway, bringing that up.
But he said, I can't go any further without talking about it. So that's how I went here.
Yeah, but he
I wanted to stay on the Lincoln stuff.
So, mental dialogue. You agree with American that we are to honor Abraham Lincoln as well for Black History Month?
Hey, yo, who's sharing his screen?
Can I answer that question? So I don't think
Here it is. That's Truth Ministry.
Can I answer the question? So to be fair, we did jump in on American Dream. He didn't say that was his point. We don't know what America's Dream point was. What he asked was, he said, he was asking, is that he thought that was the conversation we were having. So we don't know what American Dream thought. And so me just sharing with you why Carter G was, just to be clear, Carter G, that was the reason he chose. I'm not talking about honoring the man himself, and I'm highlighting and agreeing with everything Pseuso was saying, because if you really understand, because Pseuso said it best when he said the context of everything. So if you do the full context, you still have to give credit for what the man did, but it's not me honoring. I don't care about honoring someone who openly said he doesn't see African Americans as equals. But what people do is they take those writings and lose context for what he actually did and the influence of Douglass. And like I said, I'm not. I would if in my opinion, if we fuck with Carter G. Woodson, it would be hard for me to be like go against him in honoring what the context that Sosa is talking about. That ain't got that matters.
Okay. Again, I'm gonna ask a question because I need a straight, clear answer. I'm slow. So what American Dream was saying and not asking is he said that Carter G. Woodson chose Black History Month in February.
American Dream say that. American Dream, his only question before he got cut off was, I think we're arguing whether Abraham Lincoln should be honored or not, and then he got cut off. So that we don't even know what his position was. He came in and asked a question.
When did you listen? Because he's spoken that several times and he didn't ask the question. That's what he was telling us. So when did you come into the conversation?
Oh, okay, but when he asked the question and got cut off. So if he said it before, I can't.
Let's answer that question for me. I can answer that question. I don't think. I mean, it's Black History Month, so why would we honor somebody that's not black and black?
And that's the point we were making. No one was being disrespectful or saying that he was wrong. I think the majority of us know exactly why he chose February. We're very clear on that. It was how he was wording it and saying, oh, it was because we were to honor him also. And that's not fact. And then when he got on the platform, he said
American Dream. I'm just trying to make sure I understand you. You're talking about American Dream?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. I'll go ahead. I just want to make sure I knew who you were talking about. Go ahead.
And then when he came on, making me lose my point because you're cutting me off now.
I'm sorry. I just didn't know who you were talking about, so I was lost. I'm sorry. I didn't know who you were referring.
And he's the reason why we're having the conversation. He's the reason why the show got turned around in a little disarray, because to honor Abraham Lincoln was used and not questioned. It was what he said. That's Carter G. Woodson's intent. And my problem was, first, he didn't even put it in proper context to try to teach that, because he kept using Black History Month instead of using Negro History Week. So for me, that's when all doors are shut. You don't even know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Or at least get the facts right.
I think it's a good conversation.
You're going to speak in a person in a certain context. I get the whole quote unquote context part, but that's not what we're here for.
I think it's a good conversation to have, though, because in the conscious community, people stop at the statement. You know, Lincoln wanted to send niggas back to Africa, and they don't even they don't even learn the rest of the story that goes along with everything. The education stops at that point.
Right. That's all it takes.
Or that it was just to keep the union together. I mean, at the end of the day, we gotta.
But you can't just say that. You can't say.
But you
just
have
keep
to
the union
acknowledge
together
it for
without,
what.
like, everybody can agree that it was to keep the union together.
Yeah.
Well, why? Why was it even an issue?
Like I said, I don't, and I was talking about that earlier. I don't know who was putting the link up in the chat room, but I think that the link up on the screen, my bad. The link was explaining what I was saying very clearly. It just didn't mention the whole part about the antebellum period of slavery. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's Black History Month, not Black People Month. So you're trying to find out, well, we're trying to let them know what happened in Black people's history. And it's a lot of white people that did things in Black people's history.
Yeah, facts. That's facts.
Yeah, maybe I'm kind of lost.
So I don't.
Yeah, but I mean, but that's
not get the whole thing where it should be just about Black people. It's history.
No, I mean, you have the entire
it's not
discussion.
Black People Month. It's Black History Month.
You can have the entire discussion, but I think the question Jolanda asked was in terms of honoring. Like, you don't, if it's Black History Month, then it just basically it's time to give us our flowers. But you can still talk about all the people that was involved, because that still makes up American history. That still covers it. Like, it's not like you can't talk about the contribution that people had in our whole ordeal.
But when you talk about honoring, you get, subjective versus objective. That's a personal thing, who you want to honor.
That's why, yeah. But I think it's a good conversation to have, because even when you look at Frederick Douglass and Lincoln, like when you fast forward, you find the same situation going on kind of really with Martin Luther King and John Kennedy. There's damn the same dynamic going on, because really King is trying to get Kennedy to sign to do the second coming of the Emancipation Proclamation, and the first time Kennedy rejected that. That's why Martin started pulling all the moves and getting the rest of the whole nine, because he was trying to force Kennedy's hand, because Kennedy wasn't there yet either.
Yeah, Kennedy was different, very indifferent.
He was trying to be
same dynamic. Absolutely the same dynamic.
So it took King to bring Kennedy into the goddamn fold, into the light. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I thought it's a good convo to just to give people clarity on the whole ordeal, instead of just you can't just stop at Lincoln was going to send niggas back to Africa and be like, okay, I'm done with the story. Like, it gets way deeper than that.
But yeah, I want to let Queen know, the first, whatever Queen that was asking me, when did I come into the conversation? So yeah, you're absolutely right. I came in so late. I didn't know that was the original, context. So the only time I heard him, he just literally asked that question. That's all I heard. He just asked, he said, I think we're talking about whether we should be Lincoln or not. And then that's when it went left. So y'all had started with that original thing. So just to be clear, that's the only reason when I jumped in, he asked the question and it went left. So that's all.
Unc, I did that. You had got me into that shit. That shit's in that master class we signed up for. So in that goddamn master class shit, Unc had us in, there's a whole shit on the 14th Amendment. Like, I feel like as an African American, like, yo, you need to be up on the importance of the 14th Amendment. It's a crucial factor in your freedom, and it still plays out to this day, from African Americans to gay rights to women rights, like that. And then when you study that 14th Amendment, you learn how the Jim Crow law plays into it. You learn how the terminology separate but equal comes up. Because they was reworking that for, like, every time the movement would hit with the 14th Amendment, the white supremacists would come with a loophole. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to see that back and forth going on to understand the whole evolution to getting us where we are. You feel me?
I say join that master class is $300. Yo, most niggas won't get it. Oh, let me get out of here.
You know, I catch the tidbit and then I go deep dive. Once they give me a little bone, I start going digging shit up.
Right. The brother left when I just simply said Carter G reason for picking. He got off. He said I was too pseudo for saying the reason.
He felt like it was slow. He said pseudo.
No, CK and Glenda hurt his
pseudo.
He said that.
Yeah, he said it was too subtle. But he said it right after I said the fact that why Carter G. Woodson picked the second week of February.
He might have was having a little rough though. He didn't want to glow, but it's all good. I'd rather be like, I'm out there. Just
I'd rather be out than get like
you gotta respect the peaceful bow out, even though
it's a bow out. I ain't mad at Rob on for that. I like that. I think we all need to learn.
I'm out, bro.
But you know why people do that though.
Why?
People do it all the time. This is how we lose, and this is why American discourse is weakened because of that. Like that's the route people take. So we're not very good at discourse because as soon as you hear something that's the opposite to what you believe, it don't matter if what you hear is right or wrong, but because you have a belief about it, as soon as you hear it, that's the definition of cognitive dissonance. And so what happens is now discourse is to push through your cognitive dissonance. The natural reaction is the same reason, like if you could be on internet and you could just jump off the internet because somebody said something. It could be true or it could not be, but because you have a belief and it's the opposite, jumping off is it's cool. It's better than having an argument and just talking over each other. I'll give you that. But it's a weak response to discourse.
I like for y'all to finish the little convo. Like I'm not that strong up on Carter G. So I mean, I like y'all to finish that. Yeah, but it is what it is.
Yeah. All right, we about to shut the show down, man. I think we didn't rock long enough, Mel, but I do have a declaration to make.
No, yeah.
Not unless you want to keep it running. So,
hey, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get ready to go. I'm just highlighting because what just happened with Rob Bowman. I'm gonna call him because I know him. So he corrects me on exactly what happened with the Lincoln thing. I accept that. I give him information on Carter G. Wilson and he run.
Now you call it. Now you want to debate.
I'm finna call him.
Call him up. Set it up.
Because it is. He corrected me. I accepted the correction. Did y'all see that? Because I don't give a fuck about being right.
Second debate coming. Montoya versus Rob.
But you hear what I'm saying? I just want you to see what I'm saying, though? When he brought the numbers and the facts, I accepted that.
Yeah, I was trying to stop you with that. Montoya, I was like, you got you. I was like, yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, y'all. That's what I do. But when it's the other way around, I got to go. You pseudo.
Montoya, we have conversations. We tap out all the time, don't we, Montoya?
Yeah, without question.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, well, you're right.
Hey, so it's what we do. We call it now. You was right. We don't. And I feel, you know what? I feel offended when somebody say, they taking up for motherfuckers, they ain't taking up for me over this motherfucker. I gotta stand hard on my own over this bitch. So all that yo shit is banana. It's a way to get out the conversation. I'm talking about Chief X. So I'm gonna make my declaration again.
I disagree with you on what you just said about Chief X though, completely.
Yeah, because you got that nigga back.
You don't do that. You don't do that.
Nigga do. Look.
Don't do what?
Right, what he don't do? What he don't do?
You share screen. Y'all talking to cat. See, he blocking out the little weed showing.
On this again. This is in Egypt, my niggas. Look at them people. Dark skin and brown skin niggas. So I dare you. I dare anybody to say, well, that's the only colors they had in prehistoric time. I dare you.
But why nobody said that? Why are you saying it now? Nobody's ever said that.
No, you didn't say it. You didn't say it.
You're misconstruing the argument to even use the word only. If we talking extreme, make everybody wrong. Never talking extremes, or we cannot have dialogue. Never talking extremes, or you cannot have dialogue. That's not what always works in any dialogue. When you say only,
it's based off a statement Chief X made on the prior show.
Wait a minute, Chef and Al. Not more than 45 minutes ago, saying, yo, the buffalo is brown. That's why they made the people brown. That's all they had. Did they not say that, Juju? Or am I tripping? Did he not say that? Am I tripping, Juju? Tell me I made it.
No, sir.
He said that. I dare somebody else say it again. Fee.
Did she say yes, sir, or no, sir? I didn't hear. I thought she said no, sir. I just didn't care. Maybe I misheard her.
I was agreeing with Unc.
Okay, I misheard you. Okay, I'm just asking. Go ahead.
No, he said, "Am I lying?" She said,
Yeah,
no, sir.
we like really cool. Like, why you got so much dissension with me now?
You not? I just said all I said was I didn't
say late, and you misconstrued our attitude, which we were rightfully, you know, in our right minds to have with him. And you know,
I didn't hear you.
Moment away.
Zachary,
I said I didn't hear you.
The fee-fi moment away. I'm dead.
I stood up for you. What are you talking about? I told him he's whack for continuing to do it.
Niggas to say that that's the only colors they had was black and brown.
But real quick, let me straighten this out.
They have like
I just didn't hear her and said I didn't hear you. I didn't have dissension. I just didn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
I was making sure she understand there wasn't dissension. I was asking what to say if I didn't hear you.
Fee-fi-fo moment. Fee-fi-fo-fum. Why do the niggas gotta leave? But everybody else, they been there forever. They ain't left nowhere. Ain't no population move. They been there forever. So if they been there forever, then these niggas been there forever. Ain't nobody went nowhere. If they ain't never went nowhere, like the population you see today that's there, I agree, they was there. We don't know what complexion they was rocking back then, but they was there, I agree. But if they was there and ain't went nowhere and ain't got displaced, then these niggas was there. Y'all call
that ain't, I mean, what you're talking about ain't got nothing to do with what Chief Vest been talking about, though. That has zero to do with what you're
that nigga. Yeah, you don't know what that nigga talking about. That nigga don't know what he talking about.
What the man say? You're changing
for him, Montoya.
So now you see this. You saying for Unc stuff. Now you putting me doing the exact same thing you said people do for you. You know I don't do that, so don't do that on me.
No, you can get beat up.
That hasn't been his argument. His argument is not what you're saying.
You can get beat up for him.
No, Montoya,
no, I'm just saying you're changing his argument. You're changing his argument is the only thing I'm saying.
He was saying prove that there was no black people in the Sahara, and he made
yeah, yo, he cut me off on it, nigga.
He was talking about the whole shit. He talking about you can't use the paint because he's making around. Yeah, he made the same statement like a few days ago.
He said that, Montoya. See, you missed the show. You talking shit. That's what I'm saying.
Saying that is different than what Unc's saying now.
No, nigga, what I'm saying, nigga, I was saying I wasn't even talking about Chief. I'm talking about Chef and L. You dove in that shit talking about Chief X. Chef and L just said, yo, that's the color because that's the only colors they had to use. He said that. Shit. And now fee, five, four, fum. I dare person.
But even that's still not what you said. You said something. So even that doesn't say what you said. You turn the argument that you want to make, you put it in extremes, and even Sheffrin, even if that's what he said, doesn't allow you to put the argument in that context.
Now you're confusing me, Montoya. I don't even know.
So Unc said, okay, go ahead.
I want to redirect. We ain't gonna go through none of that. Keep talking about Chief X and all that on our Black History show. So Montoya, who's like one of your favorite Black History people that you want to discuss to give us a quick soliloquy on or something?
You get off this motherfucker. You about to make a point, yo. That man say let him get beat up. Let him get beat up live. Let him do it. I know what I said, Montoya.
Yeah, you said use two extremes, and you can never have.
Give us a extreme of you, bro.
Oh, you said I dare somebody to say
what?
There was only what is only what did you say? Only what?
Nice.
It's
not what I said. Juju was talking to me. That's not. I said on the picture I showed you. I said I dare somebody to tell me that these people weren't represented like they seen them because these
are the only people. You said only. Your words was only people. That's what you said. So
you said I said because
did he say only people?
Montoya, I said only colors they had. It was referenced that the reason these people were black and brown colored because these are the only pigments that these people had at the time, bro. That's why they painted the buffalo brown. Buffalo brown because the fucking buffalo was brown. That's why they painted the goddamn buffalo brown. Shit.
They did say the only people.
No, paint. No, I said the only colors.
You're talking in terms of the coloration of the
coloration of the people on the rock art, yo. They brown, red, and black, dark black. You know what I'm saying? Like a dark brown, a real dark brown. They got a brown color, right? They got a reddish color. They got different, they showing different shades of people, right? Right? And it was brought to me that, but wait a minute, Chef Noah said, but wait a minute, that's because it's the only colors they had. And I said, fee, fi, fo, fum. I dare somebody say that. That's what I said, Montoya. You dove all into it.
No, that there, just after you talking about the colors, but I'm just saying what you said initially was, I dare somebody to say these were the only people there. Which is what you actually said in the beginning.
No, I didn't. You miss it. Okay, let me help you out. What I said was that you mixed it together. What I said was that we agreed that the population that you see in Egypt now, right, is you can find them same people in Egypt back in ancient times. Right. And when people try to say, well, wait a minute, you know, they ain't the real people because they've been displaced and other people came in. Right. And people argue back. Well, no, they never. No, they didn't displace them. They the same. They always was there. And I say, well, fuck, if they always was there, then I showed you the pictures of the people. I say, well, fuck it. These people always was there. They ain't went nowhere like the other people ain't went nowhere. That was my point, Montoya.
Yeah, I understand that.
Right. So don't make them leave, but everybody else don't leave. That's the point.
Don't make what I said. I don't know about the word leave.
When you hear people argue that the population that you see today in Egypt that are light-skinned, some have blue eyes, right? You'll hear people say, well, they've been displaced.
No, I understand your argument. I just think the last thing you said, I didn't understand. You said don't make them lead or something. I don't know.
So since they never got displaced and never left.
Lead.
Right, then these people you're looking at right here never fucking left.
Yeah, I just didn't know what word you said. I thought you said LEAD. That's why I was confused. You said lead.
Don't make them leave. Don't make them be displaced.
No, I thought you said lead. That's why I was like, what does he mean?
All the motherfuckers was there is the point I'm trying to make, but everybody gets slit. They do it. I'm saying don't make these people, because that showed you pictures of motherfuckers in Egypt. It's 5,000, 6,000. Oh, it's 5,000. No, so what? So what is 5,000, 6,000? Where they ain't went nowhere. Because ain't nobody going nowhere. Based off what everybody is saying. So I agree. I love it.
You're saying what everybody's saying. I don't know what everybody's saying.
Everybody is saying that population is in, come on, yo, that population is in Egypt right now. The light-skinned, blue-eyed, North African type niggas, right? They say they always been in Egypt. And they will fight you down to the ground. I said, I agree. They always been in Egypt. I agree.
Right. But the argument is not as simple as that, though. The question is,
I thought it is. If nobody,
but that's not the argument that's being made.
What's the argument that's being made, dude?
So the one that's being made more or less is specifically the time that in a sense Egyptian culture moved up and it was the most advanced in the world.
How did they leave though? See?
You didn't let me finish.
You're making them leave. I hear you about to make them leave.
No, I'm not making them leave. You know what I'm about to say.
Don't make them leave.
I'm not making them leave. I promise you I'm not making them leave.
Go ahead.
Just putting that in what I'm saying.
Oh, no, go ahead.
So I'm just saying that the argument's being made is the specific time period, who was the majority in rule versus the way we've learned it as African Americans and assumed it to be Black Egyptians. So the discussion the argument that I think is being made is whether the people that are considered Egyptians are majority Black or not. That's what I think the argument is being made, and that's where. So it ain't just simply we're Blacks in Egypt. That's not even a dialogue. That's nobody's even disagreeing with that.
1,000 images, yo.
Yeah, like I said, but nobody's disagreeing that there were
images. You ain't never seen them.
But there's no one disagreeing that Blacks were in. I don't hear an argument that there were.
No, but what you saying? The majority? Well, who says that? Where you get the majority?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. There's no one disagreeing that there were Blacks in Egypt.
All right, let's get off of that. Now, what about the majority shit? Let's talk about the majority shit. Go ahead.
Right. So the argument that I think is being made is during the build up of Egypt and those that are Egyptians during that period of time, what did they look like? I think that's the argument that's being made. The argument that's being made is that those were not Black Egyptians.
Okay, what I just showed you, who was in there doing the build up, where'd they go? I just showed you.
Oh, so hold on. You're so hear this.
Yeah.
If the argument that you just heard is being made, but we're also saying there's black people in Egypt, that doesn't the argument is whether Egyptians were black at that time. That's a different argument than whether there were like there's already a big concession that there were blacks in Egypt. That's not even an argument. So blacks in Egypt or whether Egyptians are black, you know, I'm just saying what you're arguing about is not the argument. The question is whether Egyptians considered black. That's very different than whether there were blacks in Egypt. That concession has been made.
So where'd they go? I just showed you black Egyptians.
But you're not hearing me say there's no argument of whether the blacks were in Egypt.
But I just showed you nothing. Wayne, you don't see no picture of nobody else in that motherfucker, Montoya. You acting like the nigga, they took the picture of the world of where they was at. This is Egypt. They drew everybody around them, nigga. So them niggas was hiding. The other niggas you talking about was hiding underneath a rock. The real Egyptians was hit out while the niggas was out there. Man, let me get
so is anybody listening to the distinction I'm making? Because I don't know.
No, I'm saying
like my distinction.
I just showed you people in Egypt and you see nobody else. I'm asking
nobody else out of what I'm saying.
I'm waiting for the debate.
I'm trying to tell you, Montoya. I just showed you a picture, right?
So what does your picture say that Egyptians were black?
No, the pic they don't got no.
That's the argument that's been made.
Listen, I'm showing you a picture with the people that was there.
Right, but is the picture?
Hold on. You didn't see, watch this. You didn't see none of the people that you claim is there today, like the very, very pale skinned people. None of them is there.
But so you hear today, he argued against something totally different than what
that. I'm simply saying, listen to me, bro. This is what I'm saying. I want to give you a little game here, right? So just because them people right there was that color, don't mean that same population would retain the same color. This is called evolution. That's why everybody be fucked off and fucked up. That's why we don't play the race game. So they could very well be in that complexion at that time period and then lighten up at that time period. Remember, they go through different geological niches up and down the river. One thing about the Nile, which is interesting, is that it goes through a couple ecological niches. That's all.
Right. So you're going to be able to show that.
Of course.
That Egyptians were black. Not for blacks. They're not there. I hope your argument is not going to be that there were blacks in Egypt, because that's not the argument that's being made against.
There's no racial. No. Listen, be honest.
I just want you to know that that's the argument. That's
fair. I'm just saying what you would consider black people would have been the Egyptians, which you would consider. But we understand that there's a social construct, right? So now we want to play this. So let's just do the skin color game. Based off of the river going through several ecological niches, based off of people migrating back and forth, right? Their skin color will change. Okay? Like all jokes aside. So listen, bro. I'm saying that through all time periods in Egypt, right? There are people holding different colors of skin. That's the real conversation.
No, it is not.
So for one person to make one person, hold on, to make one more dominant than the other is racism.
Dodging then, you still dodging.
How am I dodging, nigga? I'm saying, yo, you can't. Oh, look, you want to put a number on it, yo? Let's put a number on it. Maybe that'll help you know that I'm not
debate. Say it for the debate.
I say shit. Let's put a number on it.
I watched when they were setting it up. And he would not concede to what the debate.
Concede to what?
We already had the discussion what the debate was going to be like.
I watched y'all make the points, and never ever. He's doing it now. He is not arguing whether Egyptians were black. He's not making an argument, and that's the debate. And he never conceded. I watched y'all go point for point. I watched it, and he still messed it up.
How messed it up, yo?
Because when he asked you point blank, are you arguing that? And you started dodging.
So watch this.
I'm trying to, and right now, check it out.
No, listen.
So if you listen to what I'm saying, I'm helping you right now.
Ask the question.
Your argument for you to win this,
ask the question, Montoya.
I'm telling you, bro.
I ain't got to do shit. Ask the question, Montoya.
Yeah, are you saying the Egyptians are black?
So now we're going to use a racial argument. Am I correct? Because as soon as you say that declaration, that's a racial argument. So you're asking me from a racial standpoint of view. Am I correct, Montoya? Just to be clear, because I want to answer from a racial perspective.
Yes, that's the answer is yes.
Yeah, absolutely, positively, my nigga.
There you go. Just make sure that's what you answer. That's all.
So now we double triple that. There you go. So we're going to use the racial composition. We're going to play the race game. What's the race game? That black people range from my skin complexion, a little bit lighter, to the darkest to the blackest. That's at what Montoya, I'm going to ask you. What skin color is the African American? Because we're playing race now. What does an African American look like, Montoya?
Typically of darker hue. Typically.
I mean, good night. Good night. Ain't a good man. Look, hey man, appreciate y'all.
He done Rob on you, but he about to tell you like, I'm out. Like, hey, really, like, peace, bro.
Yeah, I know, right? Like I'm just saying.
That's a disingenuous
Somebody disagree with that in America? What I just said?
Disingenuous answer.
I'm just saying in America, when we say in America, would we not say that?
People. Yeah, I wouldn't say. I mean, people are darker hue compared to Europeans, and yeah, but the range is so.
Everybody, show that. Juju, hit that camera, yo. Jet Black, where you at? Everybody hit that motherfucking camera, yo. We range right. The panel was there, yo. Yo, you funny guy. You made that up, yo.
We don't know. I mean, African Americans don't look like Egyptians. We don't look like Egyptians.
You made that up, Montoya.
The question was, what does black people look like?
No, he said African Americans. He said African Americans. He said African Americans.
No, he asked you what does black look like? What rank? Like you said.
No, he asked me what is African Americans. He said literally said African Americans.
I mean, that's what black people are. We talking about black people.
I mean, I'm saying like we know. Like, you can go to the VA right now, dark Asians, but we don't consider them black Americans.
What?
He asked me what a black Americans look like. That's what he asked me.
Yeah, some of the people of a darker hue, like darker hue compared to who?
Here in America, he said black America. He said, what do black Americans look like?
Yeah, what skin range? They range from, like I said, from Drake to goddamn.
But yeah,
Shaka Zulu color shit. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, yo.
Of course, I know that. I know that.
So then why the fuck it couldn't be over there in Africa where black people is? This shit is nuts. It's the most nuts shit ever, yo. It's nuts. From a racial point. So watch this, Montoya. So if you ask me from a biological human evolution standpoint, right, I would say that race is a social construct constructed by the racist motherfuckers that actually went into an area of Africa, right, that they miscalled Egypt, dug up some fucking graves, seen motherfuckers look like me and you, it was like, oh, they Egyptians. Then they looked up in the sky and said, wait a minute, these motherfuckers is below that line. Based off what we know, niggas ain't smart. Niggas couldn't. Hold on, bro. I'm trying.
Heard all this stuff before.
No, I'm trying to give you some game though. When they first said these niggas is Egyptians, I didn't say that. Reisner, the early Egyptologists that dug this shit up, say we found fucking Egyptians.
You know, I done heard all this from you before. You can't remember you told me.
I'm just simply, I'm making a point for everybody else. Hold on.
Something different, and I'm not even really trying to do that.
I won't finish my point because maybe everybody ain't heard it.
Again, you know how much I might have in this conversation.
These motherfuckers was Egyptians. I didn't say it. They was dressed like Hold on, bro. They was dressed like Egyptians. They had the same crowns as Egyptians. They like Egyptians. And they looked up in the sky and said, wait a minute, we did draw a line. These motherfuckers ain't Egyptians. They was colonized by the Egyptians, and they was actually the slaves of the Egyptians. So I'm gonna let y'all niggas know right now, right? All that they Egyptian shit, nigga, that's some shit some white people made up, nigga. What they seen was the fucking culture, yo, and then they separated and divided the motherfucking culture the way they wanted to do. They did it that way.
Listen to Social, brother.
Where I'm at with that, nigga. They did it the way they wanted to do it, nigga. One nobody called fucking Egyptians and one nobody called fucking Nubians, yo. And the cultures are distinct, right? But y'all niggas ain't experts and can't tell the distinctions. How about that? Now I'm out of here. Now,
should have been out of there sooner. Sooner Sosa try to give you the game, you ain't listen.
Now, Tosa don't gotta give me no motherfucking game, nigga. I got this one.
Need to listen. He won't listen to you, Sosa.
What I do? I mean, he gonna bring it out on the debate.
You told him save it. You told him to save it.
I went for the debate.
Yeah, I know that's the point. You should have
You only gotta save shit when you gotta surprise them shit. Nigga, this is major university shit. Anybody can look this shit up. This ain't the Sarnetta where you surprise a nigga. I'm saying my shit is grounded in Harvard, Yale, and name any motherfucking university. I just was at the University of Georgia in the fucking library, nigga. Like this ain't no surprise them shit, man. I ain't got to do that, nigga.
I told you to say
nigga can come with that half-baked white boy shit.
I'm waiting for the goddamn the whole showdown. Yeah.
Come on, some half-baked shit. Niggas started to niggas
got nothing to do with niggas. Hey, Sosa, that ain't why you told him to save it either, is it? That ain't you ain't understanding. Sosa told you right.
No, I said Uncle Press is up to prove that during the debate, whatever the argument is.
Right, you told him to say it.
Right. I can fight it from a racial point. I'm a one nigga. I can fight it from a biological, human evolution standpoint. Any way we right, nigga. Ain't no losing that. Shit, like the majority of the planet is populated with people of motherfucking color. If we really want to play the game of skin color game, come on, man. Man, knock that shit off, man. It ain't no, and I'm trying to figure out what one way is it to look African around this bitch. You can have blue eyes and light skin and be a homegrown motherfucking African. The fuck is going on around this motherfucker?
That's why I start saying black is like. That's why even when he made that topic, I was like, bro, you don't want to use black because it's so ambiguous. Like you gonna
stupid shit.
It's crazy. Black, like,
gonna show niggas
the range is dramatic, especially you talking about Africa. You talking about different zones. Shit, now you're getting even crazier with the variation.
Right.
And they go black. Like you talking about them goddamn retransit shit. Like, come on, it's just get crazy. Like I'm like, all right, hash that out. You know what I'm saying? But you know, they'll hash it out.
Then they got a time stamp on when you can celebrate a motherfucking African culture. Oh, nigga, if you go 2,000 years, you can't fuck with them. They got to be 400 years ago. Then you can fuck with them. Man, get out of here with that nonsense. Come on, man. Niggas is on the motherfucking river, yo. Gene flow, nigga.
I just want to see the debate because I know even when the debate happens, it ain't gonna be over. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna be.
No, but I'm gonna tell you what, I'm gonna have my solid shit. You're gonna have to bring some racist, crazy motherfuckers in there to come with that. No, you had to come with some 1962 shit, some 1970 shit. The only thing you're gonna have, what you gonna use, the 2017 genetic argument? Yeah, nigga, I got some 2022 shit. Now.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
Nigga, Black History Month on this motherfucker. Bobby banging this bitch. I ain't got hide on. Yo, hide, don't save it. Save it for what? I ain't got enough time to bring all this shit out.
Okay, I'll tell you this. Since you asked the question, it wasn't for you to hide nothing. That ain't why I said it. You was on your ego in the way now.
Ain't no fucking nigga. I don't got an ego. This shit is right there. Yo, it's not an ego. It's a difference.
I wasn't saying it for
doing this. That's like saying I got a Bentley outside. I'm saying I got a Bentley. Niggas saying I'm not, and you got an ego. I ain't got an ego, nigga. I got a fucking
somewhere that I wasn't even doing.
I really have the car. So how is that an ego?
That ain't why that ain't even why I said it. That ain't even why.
Just say it then. Don't talk in code.
I don't code. You added the hide it bullshit to what I said.
Now, what was you trying to say then? What was your point?
You jumped all that in there.
Yeah, I did. After you said I was skipping and wouldn't answer the shit, then I had to really answer the shit. Had to double down with you.
Now, that was before that. I just told you, Sosa gave you the advice to save it. That are doing what you're doing now.
Well, save what? Ain't nothing to save. It's right there for everybody to look up. If they go to real life, if they go to real shit. You get it? That's my point. Like this should be known by now. That the landscape in Egyptology and numerology is fucking changed. Like this should be, I mean, like this is right here for everybody, man. This ain't just for me to get an aha moment off the nigga. Y'all would just go straight to the man, come on, y'all go straight to the universities like I've been teaching people for years, man. I'm not this ain't got shit to do with Diops and them. I ain't using none of Diops in the work. The point that I keep saying though, but Diops and them actually wasn't the black algists that niggas really thought they was. They actually set a precedent that now the white boys now fucking respect. How do I know? Because they putting a nigga in the Met. So if they put you in the Met, yo, then they respect what you did. They don't put crazy shit in the Met. That's the point I'm making. And although things were overemphasized, right? They did the over generalizations and overemphasizes because you had some crazy white boys, right? That actually started the scientific racism, went in there and made them white. That was the damn problem. It wasn't what they was doing. That was a reaction to the problem. Come on, man. Shit. Damn, slaves. They the slaves. The Nubians the slaves. Made a whole shit up, the Nubians. The niggas weren't even called Nubians. Made it up. Made that shit up. Wonder why I call no damn Nubians. Where's the Stella at? Come on, man. Just people in the South. So why is people in the South gonna be brown and darker? Because they live in closer to the fucking equator. Man, evolution. Why is people in the North gonna be lighter? Right? Because of the amount of UVA rays. Do they mean they that goddamn different? Oh, yo, they got a different. Yeah, of course they got different mutations. Because the mutations is called natural selection. It's the most crazy shit ever. If you look like that, you're a nigga. Oh man, with that, man, look, man. People, power, pseudo killers. The argument continues. And where you at, Chief X? Where you at? With